Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our ongoing special council meeting where we're discussing the 2023 and 2024 budget. So I will start asking for a mover and a seconder, please, for a rise and report from the closed session meeting that we had this morning. That would be moved by Councillor Richardson and seconded by Councillor Zanella. So we rise and report at 9:00 a.m. All those in favor? That is carried. And now a mover and a seconder to please reconfirm the confidential information that we received this morning and confidential action. That's Deputy Mayor Fowler and Councillor Constantine. All those in favor? That is carried. Bless you. So we're going to resume for day 2, and we'll start with our CFO, Mr. Melanishin, to recap our day 1 and go through our agenda for day 2. And I'd ask Mr. Gershow, is there any opening comments from you? None? Okay. Mr. Melanishin, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, through you to Council. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the exercise yesterday. It was a great conversation. I think we, gave staff really good direction on how to proceed with yesterday's presentations and courses of action that you want to see to create the tax levy. That will continue today as well. Similar format. We will have service area presentations by fire ops and corporate services and innovation for the most part, and then we will have a tallying list of those motions that would have been added to reflect council's direction to staff and hopefully allow for a fulsome conversation of where we want to land with the tax levy. Just a recap from yesterday, the additions were 0.2% to the blended rate for 2023 and a 0.29% increase to the blended rate for 2024. I just want to take the time to just briefly just sort of backtrack and say how we sort of got to this budget book. We didn't have a target in mind for the tax levy. We actually took the approach because we had a new council coming in. We weren't too sure what direction they would want to proceed in. So we made the decision to put everything on the table, have staff put everything on the table, what they needed for a growth community. And that came up with a very extensive list of change requests and additions to meet the future needs of the organization as we are an extensively growth community. They were exhaustive, that list, and I just want to highlight that the inclusion in the budget book, there's about 10 or 12, change requests that you've been working through and some you've added in. But there's also this other list that, we sat down as a steering group and executive team and decided what we've prioritized and we felt we needed to put forward for council. And that's what you're seeing within the budget book. And there's a lot of things that were taken out of the budget book as well. And those are highlighted there. But there's also this other list. And this other list consists of about another 26 full-time equivalent requests, amounting to, by 2024, of about $2.7 million. And that's really to help us achieve future growth. So I want to keep that, I'm bringing that up now because I really want council to realize that this budget we're presenting is a budget to stay the course, a budget to, help fight off those inflationary effects, the insurance premiums, those kind of things. But it's not really setting the stage for us for growth into the future, into the next 2 years, because there are all these other requests out there. So we really want to set the base to be a solid strategic base that's sustainable for the next 2 years, but also be mindful of those possible requests coming down in the future to really sustain us as a growth community. So on that note, I think if council has any questions on those remarks, I appreciate it.
Any questions for the CFO? Seeing none? Oh, sorry. Councillor Waters.
Just some clarification. Stay the course, does that include the ones which weren't included in the budget, but the ones we're debating? In terms of, you were saying this is a stay the course budget.
Yeah, a lot of the ones that we have not put forward are those to, look at forward to, I can give a perfect example, customer service.
Right.
There's a customer service rep on that list that we have not presented because we are at full capacity. but we're going to try and manage within the budget constraints of these next 2 years. That's the first one that pops into mind. So we're going to manage as best we can going forward for the next 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for those opening remarks, Mr. Milanishin. And the first item on the agenda today is fire protection with our Fire Chief, Brent Thomas. And operationally, that's in your book on page 46.
Good morning, Mayor Dolan and Deputy Mayor Fowler, members of council. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you for your time and listening to the presentation this morning. On our overview for fire protection in the presentation there, if we could have the next slide, we are regulated, the fire service, and what we do through the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. And we do that to provide the level of service to our community first and foremost. Also through that Fire Protection and Prevention Act, we're required to provide mutual aid to surrounding municipalities and areas. So we also do that, and that's through the Ontario Fire Marshal's mutual aid program. But our level of service is set by you, by council, through our establishing and regulating bylaw. And the other piece that is involved in fire and protective services is our emergency management program. So I, as the fire chief, am also designated as our community emergency management coordinator, as required by the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. And also, as we've had lots of discussion with members of council, and I appreciate all your questions, either phone calls or texts or emails, but also the opportunity to touch base and speak with each of you prior to the meeting today. But there was lots of questions also around our last point, which is the contemplation of fire consolidation with Bradford, West Gwillimbury to provide one joint fire department for both of those municipalities. So if we could have the next slide, please. Our operating budget, we do run a fairly lean budget. We have the big piece of our budget is our wage costs, which is drills down in the following pages on our budget line. Those costs include our salary progressions. So through the rank structure, when you first come on as a firefighter for the first 4 years, and then through our officer program. And also, senior firefighters do realize some merit increases at certain benchmarks through the year. So those economic adjustments and changes in benefit costs are also included with the progression progress. And that is the financial piece for our wages. Another portion of our budget is facility maintenance. And I just want to highlight that previously, the facility maintenance was done just more, it seems, from what I can find, just being here in the last under year and a half, based on actual costs and needs to do repairs. So we looked at the 5-year average because we continuously run into deficit in that line. So we looked at the 5-year average of our actual costs, plus we looked at appropriate maintenance just to keep us without buildings and things degrading to the point where we have to replace them so that we can financially look after them in a better way. So those previous years we were underfunded, and that's the facility maintenance piece that we looked at. That's what we should be doing and have been doing previously and ran over budget. This just is to bring us to reflect what our actual costs are. The other piece is in the operating is our fleet maintenance. And the way fleet was reported previously was done partially through our fire budget, but also partially through internal recoveries at fleet. And so we felt it appropriate that it didn't sit under fleet and the operations budget and fire because it is all fire expense. So we have moved those and also reflected some of the actual costs because they were sitting in a couple different places to what we require to maintain the fleet. If we can have the next slide, please. On our capital budget, we worked with Deputy McDonald worked with facilities and did, they did the building condition assessment of all town facilities, but Carla was involved with the fire station side because that's within her portfolio. So we worked with facilities to look at the needs that were required to maintain our buildings, similar to my conversation and comments on the operational side for the capital side, so that we can continue to maintain the buildings as they should be. And obviously in fire, we are not building experts, so we appreciated the ability to work with facilities to make sure that we were covering off everything that we should be considering using their expertise. So you will see an addition in the capital side for the maintenance of our buildings and upgrades and things required, incremental costs now to avoid replacement cost sooner than it should be. A couple of the items in our total project costs in our capital were underfunded due to some changes in supply chain, and we've all seen increases in the last years. So we did do some incremental increases to our 10-year capital project, just so that we are not in an underfunded state. And I can give you a great example, two great examples of that. During COVID, the costs of a fire vehicle, a fire truck, had a 20% and then a 35% increase during COVID. So pre-COVID 2019, we were looking at the type of fire truck I would purchase for Innisfil somewhere in the $650,000 mark. With those increases, we are over $1 million now for a fire truck. So we had to change we're actually close to 1.2, and that's what we need for Innisfil. We're not talking about the Lexus or the Audi or the Cadillac. That's to provide the proper level of service that we do with the right equipment. The other thing, our firefighter bunker gear. We were spending $2,200 a year for that. We're now at $3,500 or $2,200 a set. We're now at $3,500 a set with an MSRP of actually $4,800. So we realized some bulk savings. But those are just a couple of the things that have really ballooned, which are uncontrollable. So that has impacted our asks in the capital area. The one thing I do want to highlight, the question did come up from a couple of you, is there the possibility to take some of our fire vehicles and maybe, if they're not highly utilized, not replace them for a couple of extra years. We do have a requirement under the Fire Underwriters Survey, which we have to report to FUS or FUS on the level of service, meeting our benchmarks, and also one of the considerations is apparatus age to set the insurance rate for all of our municipality, whether that's residential, commercial, industrial, et cetera. And their requirement is that a fire truck be front run or front line for 15 years, can be reserved for 5 years, and then replaced at the 20-year mark. So that ties my hands to a certain degree to be able to put out some of the, or hold off on some of the replacement to ease some of the pressures on the capital budget. If I could have the next slide, please. There are a couple of key decision points that obviously need to highlight for you, and I'm sure all of the other directors have previously. One of them is the budget request not included is the fireboat. This is a service level reduction from what we currently provide. It is, we amended our bylaw last year to include the fireboat because it was newly in service last year. And so we reflected that in our bylaw. I also had to report that and did report that to the province of Ontario through the Fire Marshal's office, because that provides some of the service that we can give to surrounding municipalities through the provincial mutual aid program. And so that has been reported. The only place the fireboat has not been reported is to the Fire Underwriters Survey. So that is not included in the FUS rating, and so therefore the insurance rating for our municipality. So when we were doing the hard work of rolling up our sleeves and looking for places that we could cut service, this is about one of the only ones that I could suggest that would not have further impact, the biggest one being through the insurance underwriters. The other change requests for council consideration, we have one that's recommended, which is our fire administrator. That is currently not a budgeted position. We've been able to use some gapping dollars to maintain that. Of my 133 staff, I have 2 that are admin and a business manager and an admin assistant. And these two people are very busy with an organization, or my department size of 133 people. They're busy supporting primarily payroll and finance, so that people are getting paid and our bills are getting paid, or invoices are being issued where we need to. They also support our training. We have one training officer for 133 people, and so doing some of the administrative and the paper filing, so our training officer can be utilized more on the operational side, doing his position. Fire prevention and education. We have a lot of things that have to be filed and submitted to the fire marshal, and also record keeping, and so they're supporting prevention and education as well. We have a parallel service that we run in the town of Innisfil. We have an approved regional training center where we can offer fire marshals and Ontario Fire College courses. A quick sidebar, the Ontario Fire College was closed, and so they was in Gravenhurst, and now they've gone to a regional training center model. Innisfil was granted standing as a regional training center, and it may be because of my involvement in the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, but we are more and more asked to include and be used for pilot programs that are going to be run in the province. And our admin team, my admin team, are the ones that 100% administer the regional training center. We do that on a cost-neutral basis. The things that we charge for courses and course costs is just to make us revenue neutral. The other areas where they support is our emergency management program, and they do a lot of the administrative work on our emergency plan and for our meetings and training. They also support our health and safety committee, our labor management, also working on our fire consolidation, which is consuming a vast amount of time currently. So that is something that if I don't have that administrator position, I then have one admin, and that's going to be tough to run our organization or my department that size with one person. We will be very challenged to do that. And to my last point here is fire consolidation versus growth, and this ties in with what Mr. Melanishin was talking about, some of the extra requests that kind of didn't make it to the recommended list to try and be fiscally responsible, but yet do impact our level of service. With fire consolidation, I know many of you did ask about this, and we were able to have the conversation. But we do have the responsibility when we're going through the fire consolidation process to maintain our level of service. It is a heavier request on the other town's side that's involved, but we also have presented that in order to maintain the level of service based on our projected growth, a training officer, a fire inspector, and administrator were included in the 2024 side and presented to fire consolidation. I didn't want anyone to be surprised or asked if they were, why is consolidation presentation include, which is a public meeting, include a training officer, inspector, and administrator in 2024, but yet it didn't come to the budget process. And so I just want to highlight that for you, and that is something with the growth that's in our community and the projected growth that we, especially on the fire prevention side, are very reactive to requests. We would love to be proactive, to be out there doing more public education and fire prevention work, but we just do not have the staff hours to do that. So I do highlight those as a couple of FTEs or change requests that didn't make it to the recommended list, but is a question that may come up from the consolidation side. And from my perspective, to maintain our level of service based on our projected growth in 23, 24, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't mention that to you. There's one last line there of one captain and 3 firefighters. We do have in our capital program and in our master plan to open an Innisfil Heights station with potentially land purchase in 25, station build in 26, opening in 27. To hire staff for that is 20. In last year's numbers, just in wages and benefits, that's a $2.4 million ask. And previously, when we have had the growth in our community and we went to a second full-time crew, we did that over a period of 4 or 5 years, I believe 4 years. And so this inclusion was to start to prepare and get staff for that station. But that is something that we can also consider in the next budget cycle. But I do bring up, just so that you're aware, that there will be that ask and that requirement coming in the very near future with maintaining what is required and is in our fire master plan. And that is all I have to present to you, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Chief Thomas. Questions or comments for Chief Thomas? Deputy Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe with our discussion before the change request for the fireboat, the 40,000, am I correct in the understanding that if we don't include this in the budget, the fireboat will be stored, set aside, taken out of service?
That's correct. The fireboat, if we do not fund that, will be left on dry dock. So it will not be in the water. It's not something that we could even just kind of blow the dust off and use if we really needed to. It is also something that we will have some inherent cost just to store the vehicle and do some of the engine and maintenance that needs to be done to keep things lubricated and running.
And to further recall our discussion, it's been used 3 times for rescue services in the past year or two. Am I remembering that correctly?
In the past year, correct.
And the main reason we purchased it initially was due to the limitation of water down in the lower portions of Innisfil, where we had what was lovingly referred to as foundation fires due to the inability to respond in a more timely fashion, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, that being the case, I'd like to add that to the change request to see if we can discuss about adding it to the budget, please.
So we have a motion by the deputy to include the cost of the operating budget of the fireboat. Do you have a seconder, Deputy Mayor? Councillor Saunders. So discussion on the amendment, please. Councillor Waters.
I would support that, just because if I'm correct in our conversations, Your Worship, the boat was donated to us from Friday Harbor. Is that correct? And
Chief?
Yes, through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Waters. That is correct. The funds were donated by Friday Harbor, and Friday Harbor does donate a slip to us every year for when we do have the boat in service.
then it seems to me that that's probably a $500,000 boat sitting there that they donated. Would look really poor on the town if we decided to dry dock it. So I would support the $40,000 that's required.
Anyone else have any comments on the amendment? Yeah, I also agree with this amendment, not only from the public perception point of view when we were donated a boat and we dry dock it, but God forbid if there is a fire at either Friday Harbor or any of the areas where it's easier to get to by water than by land, and we have a boat dry docked because we wanted to save $40,000. I don't think that would be a scenario I would want to be responsible for. Any other comments on the amendment? Thank you. Any other amendments or questions? Councillor Waters.
Just a quick question on the fire administrator, and it says unbudgeted contract to full-time. Does that mean that you currently have that position and are paying it through as a contract service? And so if I look at the contract services, it looks like the budget has dropped by about $41,000. So is that the money that you'd be saving if this doesn't go through at all? Or do you still plan on keeping that position even though if it doesn't go full-time?
So I don't believe that that's the drop in 41. I would look to Mr. Milanish just to confirm no. We did fund that. It is a current position that we have. And Madison is been in place for almost 2 years now, I believe. And so we have been funding that position through, I've lost my train. Oh, yeah, through cost savings, through wage gapping. So we've been able to keep that position using wage gapping that we've had available to us. But those opportunities for wage gapping, we have all of our people back at work in full complement, so we don't have the ability to fund the contract the way we were.
So what happens if this isn't put on the budget? What happens to that person and the jobs that they're responsible for?
I'm just going to caution council here if we're talking about identifiable personnel. I don't know whether we want to maybe recess and go into closed session. I look for some help.
Mayor Dillon, I think in this context, the discussion is fine for public session since we're talking about, essentially a box on the org chart and the money used to fund that. Obviously, that box is occupied by a real person, but I don't think we're into the territory of requiring any closed session.
Thank you for your help. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, thanks for the clarification, and through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Waters. I will have to look for areas to fund that out of my budget, which will be challenging. I can't live without that position. I don't know another way. I know I have had conversations. Can we find some help if we were to lose that position through finance or through other areas? But it is challenging because we're all in the same position trying to maintain our staffing level and responding to the increased pressures that we see and the growth. So I don't have an easy answer for you, but I will find a way to try and fund the position through my budget or other means if I have to.
Any other comments? Any other amendments? Sorry, I didn't take a vote on the amendment. That's what you're about to tell me, right, Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. All right, so the amendment that's on the floor right now, which was with the 40,000 for the fireboat, all those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? That is carried unanimously. And now I will ask if there's any other amendments or any other questions. Councillor Waters.
I'm going to suggest that we try to help the chief out and maybe meet him halfway. So I'm not too sure if 50% helps in terms of this, or whether or not we just say put the whole thing on the amendment and say yes, let's put it on the amendment for an extra full-time administrator to help them out.
So your amendment is 50% or the full amount? Councillor Waters.
We'll do the full amount.
Okay. And do you have a seconder, Councillor? Councillor Richardson. Okay, discussions on the amendment. Mr. Melanishin, do we have an approximate what the impact would be for that position?
Page 11 has the numbers, if that's what we're looking for.
It does, except, Chief, it includes the tally of the whole sheet, not just that one position. But it's probably unfair for me to ask that. While they're looking, what I'll say again is what I said on Friday, is this is the first time in my 28 budgets that we've ever had a budget brought before us that was so lean that the budget that's been brought forward does not provide us with the level of service that we currently offer. Normally, we get a budget that includes the normal level of service and some other bonuses or extras, some of which we could take out. This one, if we passed it the way it is, doesn't provide us with the level of service that we currently have. So that's why we're looking to, instead of pulling things out, is putting things in. Mr. Melanishin?
Through your worship to council, the impact of the fire administrator is about 0.1% on the 2023 budget.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I guess besides those two, and I'll ask this question to just about everybody today, Chief, is should those two amendments pass, are you able to provide the same level of service to the residents of Innisfil that you did in 2022?
To answer your question, Mayor Dolan, yes, I can provide the same level of service with those positions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have an amendment on the floor by Councillor Waters for a change request for the fire administrator. And I'll see no more hands, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Did I see everyone's hands? That's carried. Are there any other amendments, questions for the chief? Seeing none, can I ask the motion as amended to be put on the screen? And can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Waters and Councillor Constantine. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Chief, for your time today. And we'll move on, actually 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's keep that going. And the next one is sports and recreation activities. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Ices. I forgot all about you. Did you have any questions?
No, Your Worship, no, I was just asked to speak just for clerks to know that I'm able to be heard, so.
Absolutely. I apologize. If there's any way, I guess we're not, we can't keep his little image on the screen there when we have the presentations up. Is that the problem? Yeah, okay, that's all right. If you just scoot him onto my screen when he has his camera on, I'm happy to recognize him and try to keep my eye open for him a bit better. So now we go to Director Bowman. Whenever you're ready, Director.
Good morning, Mayor Dolan, Deputy Mayor Fowler, members of council. We will get right started here, and I'm joined at the table by Caitlin Magri, who's our Operations Business Manager and a great support to my entire team, as well as our Manager for Sport and Recreation. I'm delighted to be joined by all my managers actually today, and they'll be coming up in case you have questions that you'd like to speak with us about. So we'll get started into sport and recreation.
And it's on page 43, I believe.
I think I have page 115, I think.
My apologies, 115.
Kevin, I think we're needing a screen adjustment.
We're having a technical issue with the screen right at the moment. And Mr. Melanishin, did you have a comment? No, that was it. Okay. Just give us 1 minute while we get that sorted.
Mm-hmm. There we are. I'll take the next slide, please, Kevin. And one more. There we go. Excellent. The sport and recreation budget covers the 6 services you see in the left. This allows us to run 432 programs annually, see 1,230 children through camp programs, 850 children through our mobile youth center, and bring 211 youth to our virtual Speak Your Mind Mental Health Summit, and support 15 special events. And for each of these services, these are only a handful of the things that we can contribute to the community. Next slide, please, Kevin. So the sport and recreation budget, we've noted an increase of 22% over 2022 2022, there are some factors affecting service delivery costs, including the rising costs of printing. So to manage this, in this budget, what we are recommending is that we shift to providing an online guide only. So a small flyer would be mailed out in addition to having an online version. So this can help us manage the cost of the increased printing. We know that it will be missed by many residents, but this is the municipal trend to going to an online. And if we think a little bit more broadly, we can all think back to the end of the Sears catalog, the end of the phone book, most recently the end of the IKEA catalog in 2021. So I think we may have reached our time, and it will allow us to save some costs in this area. Wages and benefits. This is for the culture and event specialist, and we'll talk about that on a subsequent slide. And we also have the costs associated with maintaining new and enhanced services such as the pop-up shops and music in the park. Next slide, please. So here's that culture and event specialist. This is included in the budget. This role will allow staff to work with community partners to support both community-driven events, such as the Pumpkin Walk, as well as town-created events, such as neighborhood nights. Not included in the budget is some town square programming materials. So this is funding that would have been used, for example, to pay for a performance to happen in the Bandshell area. However, the space will continue to be used as the backdrop for community events, as well as working with our partners at library, as well as our own sport and recreation events. And as you see, the $32,000 under programming guide, printing and advertising revenue, that would have been the cost should you have wanted to continue with a printed guide. Slide, Kevin. Quickly to the end of one section, leaving lots of room for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Questions or comments for the Sports and Recreation section? Councillor Zanella?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question regarding the full-time event specialist. Who currently does that at the moment? Nobody?
Currently, that position is vacant. We have had some contract support in that area up to this time, but we haven't filled the role as it was naturally vacated recently. So we are looking to continue this to be a full-time role in order to be competitive within the employee market and understanding the importance of supporting both our community events and executing internally developed events. We'd like to ensure this remains filled.
Thank you.
And I would argue that much of that also falls side of desk to our chief of staff, who does that on the weekends. Councillor Waters?
A quick question followed by a second question is, how much did we pay for the town hall? How much, the town square, sorry. How much did we pay for the town square?
How much did we pay for the town square? 11 million? 11 million. I phoned a friend.
So we spent $11 million, and we can't afford to program it. These are the types of questions we should be asking when we build infrastructure, is if we're going to build something that we can't support it, we should think twice about building it. I think what we've done is a wonderful piece of real estate down there. I think it's going to, we open it tonight. So I just think we need to have some sort of programming there, and that programmer can be used across the board for all across. I really enjoyed the music in the park last year, so I think to build an $11 million facility and then not program it is not a complete waste, because the park is still going to be used, but it's just in terms of its potential and the things we've built there to be programmed. So I would think the money for programming is certainly required, and I would think that a person to do that, if you've had somebody in the past, is essential as well. So I think that really benefits the people of Innisfil, specifically the people who live in downtown Alcona. So there are my thoughts.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we should keep on with like IKEA and Sears and that, and just go digital. It's saving a lot of money, and we're eventually going to do it anyways, so we might as well just do it and do it now and save the money now.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
I'm not sure if it falls under Parks and Recreation, but PKS 374, is that under this particular heading?
Are you on a page?
47, under the capital project sheets?
Through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, so that's the Innisfil Beach Park Implementation Plan?
Yes.
Yes. And your question?
Okay. Under one of the capital costs, and I know I sound like a dog with a bone, and I apologize, the splash pad to be completed immediately after service improvements in 2025. Are the funds allocated for this in this particular budget, or are they going to be put into the next one?
Through your worship. Deputy Mayor, so we see the splash pad is listed among those items. So right now we are going through the implementation plan to understand the servicing layout and council and community's will around what pieces we do place within the park. If a splash pad is part of that, it will come forward as part of the budget that will be identified with the implementation plan and how we'll bring various components into the park.
So technically, if I understand correctly, when the time comes that it is brought forth, we have the ability to redirect that funding into something potentially different. I don't know, like I was stating before during the meeting, the planning session, a heritage path or the like.
I think what I'm hearing is those decisions aren't to be made here today, that you're not committing anything. You're not, if you're voting on this today, you're not voting for a splash pad.
No, I know. I just want to know where the allocations for the funding for it is being set aside with this plan. And if so, and when it comes up, we can redirect it at a later time, is my point.
Council can decide what council wants to do at the time. So we're going back to the sports and recreation activities. Is there other questions or comments? Councillor Waters, were you proposing amendment?
Yes. I just, my thoughts last night is that if all these had been included and we came in at 7%, we all would have been heroes at cutting. But every time now we add something, we're the opposite. So I can see myself being classified as a tax and spend person, but thank you, staff.
So you're proposing that the Town Square programming costs, which were $17,000,
Yes,
be considered in the operation budget? Okay.
that's correct.
So we have that amendment on the floor now. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Constantine is seconding that. So questions and comments on this 17,000? Seeing none, all those in favor of the 17,000? 1, 2, can I see hands? 1, 2, 3, 4. And Alex is 5, or Kevin is 5, that carries. Thank you. And now the motion as amended. Is there other questions and comments on the overall sports and recreation programming in the town? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion as amended? 3, 4, 5. That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Next is facilities and management. Again, that's with Director Bowman, and page 125, if I'm reading my sheet correctly. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm joined now at the table by Tamam Alerfe, our Manager of Facilities, and we'll draw your attention to page 125 in the budget book, and we'll get started when the slide makes its appearance. There we go. Our facilities management portfolio covers the 4 services you see here listed on the left. This allows us to care for over 400,000 square feet of municipal space in 15 and more municipal buildings, completing 511 facility work orders in the year and running more than 10 recurring preventative maintenance contracts, such as our HVAC contract. Next slide, please. So in the facilities management budget, we've noted here an increase of 3% over 2022. There are factors impacting service delivery cost, including aging infrastructure. So you'll know Stroud and Lefroy arenas and community centers were built in the early 70s. They require a fair deal of care and repair. And some of our younger facilities, like the IRC, are now actually approaching 15 years and also need that care and repair. They are showing their age. So the proposed operating budget includes facility funding for facility repairs and maintenance that's in line with our historical spending in those buildings. It also reflects a switch from proactive from a reactive approach, and Chief Thomas was speaking about that in his conversation with you about facilities, fire facilities. This is about being proactive and understanding the life cycle of our equipment and being ahead of repairs that can close us down for business and delay reopening as we wait for supply chains to produce needed parts. It also allows us to stop and pause while we replace old infrastructure to look at newer, greener initiatives and alternatives. As for rising costs, contracted services, and you'll see this one come up in every one of mine, we have seen increases from 4.7 to 6.5% in our contract costs. So examples, HVAC and pest control. We have offset some of these costs by bringing a service in-house, for example. So our snow clearing service, we used to outsource for our parking lots. We've now brought in equipment and staff and can do that for less cost than externals. Also increasing is our fuel, insurance, utilities, and materials and supplies as a result of market dynamics and inflation. And wages and benefits. So in the case of our facilities, we have 3 rink helpers, which are student positions in the budget. They have operated in our arenas for more than 5 years now, but we have done that using in-year savings or gapping dollars. We are not expecting to see those dollars, and so have placed them in the budget. Important for you to note that without those students, we actually lose more in revenue than we do in 3 student positions. So they have been placed in the budget. The last piece is unmaterialized revenues and our expired lease agreements. So for example, Friday Harbor used to rent space within Town Hall. They're no longer within this building and paying those rents, so that revenue comes out of the budget, which creates the offset. Next slide, please, Kevin. So we have some key decisions for councils. These budget requests were not included in the budget. So our casual facility monitors. These monitors are responsible for providing access to spaces. They arrive at buildings ahead of programmers. They set up, they provide cleaning after each scheduled program. Again, previously due to favorable salary gapping and in-year savings, we were able to have our facility monitors in place and where needed. Staff originally requested these dollars, but with our budget as it is, we have proposed these not be included at this time. We may experience some impacts from these roles not being in place. We won't be able to expand programming opportunities, and we are trying to be more thoughtful about how we set up our programs and at what facilities and what times, so we can minimize the need for these types of staff to be present, but it could require us to consolidate or decrease daytiming programming activities, such as our 55-plus shinny, senior skate, or pickleball. Decrease in our ability also to accommodate last-minute requests, because we wouldn't have the ability to call upon this group to present at a building. The second item on here is parking lot line painting. Historically, we've been able to do this with in-year surplus as we've come across those funds. We are not anticipating those, and so it's not being programmed in. However, council should know, as with anything related to safety, I would not hesitate to call upon tax rate stabilization reserves with coordination through finance to ensure we're never creating a safety issue. And we would complete those works if necessary. Next slide, please, Kevin. Okay, so here's our capital program. I'll draw your attention to the first 4 projects. These are our new facility asset repair and replacement capital projects, and they are in 4 distinct areas: HVAC, roofing, general capital, and our arenas and rinks. This is our goal to shift from a reactive renewal plan, which is like a wait till it breaks, to a proactive renewal plan. Now, we have yet to determine if this is the right amount to invest to prevent unplanned repairs, but we believe it is the minimal investment required to start transitioning to that more proactive approach. And that brings us to the end and an opportunity for questions.
Thank you, Director Bowman. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question regarding capital project FAC 25. I note that there's $750,000 set aside for the maintenance of the various community centers and what they break down to. Should we find a surplus after this, after we do these repairs, knock wood, does it go back into the capital fund, the reserve fund, for a later time?
It does. We would anticipate that council, like our vehicle repair or our vehicle replacement fund, would see these projects continue in future years as we continue to invest in the same, HVAC every year, general repairs every year.
Now, these repairs they've been inspected and deemed necessary, or they are going to be upcoming in the next year or so?
Through you, Your Worship, yes. So we've had building condition assessments conducted professionally at all of our facilities. They do give a lengthy list, and all of which is not included in these budget items. What we have done is taken the most pressing and high priority and greatest risk for breakdown and brought those forward in this. That's why we believe it's the minimal amount that we need to invest in these buildings. We could be investing more.
And one last question, if I may. I'm going to take a page out of Councillor Waters' book. Are we looking at any potential green energy or initiatives to save the town funding in the long term?
Through Your Worship, yes, we are. In fact, that's FAC 33 is the Town Facilities Sustainability Study. So similar to a building condition assessment where we go in and we look at the components of a building and where they are in their life cycle, we plan on doing a very similar exercise now with a purely sustainability lens on, going into each building and identifying opportunities for greening. Now, this one we've mostly completed now, but for example, a really easy one and easy to go to is the LED conversion. So we've pre-identified that one, but there are more robust and different types of initiatives we can take inside our buildings. This will identify those.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Just a quick question. In the capital budget in 23, the Innisfil Rec Complex identifies a replacement of 2 heat pumps. And then in the 24 budget, it says replace of another heat pump. Would there be no cost savings in doing those all at once, or are they completely separate from each other? So just inquiring whether or not there's some savings there to do them all at once.
Through you, Your Worship, Identifying cost savings by consolidating our repairs is something we do keep our eye on. We were just having a quick aside to talk about whether those pieces of equipment were separate and distinct within the facility. So your point is well taken, and certainly something we'll keep our eye on and adjust if needed.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I have a question regarding, I think it's 19 Queen Street. Is it the old town hall? Is it on our facilities lookout? Like, I've noticed it's not in there for any, it's not on the list for any upcoming repairs or anything, and I just wondered if it's on our radar.
Your Worship, it's not presently on our list of identified projects within that space, but it is a known asset within our facilities portfolio, and we're happy to hear from members of council if there's an issue regarding that facility we need to think about.
Thank you. The one word that you mentioned there that struck fear in my heart was pickleball. We cannot stand in the way of or interfere with our very passionate pickleball people in this community. So am I to understand if we don't have these extra facilities operators that it might impact our pickleballers, these casual people?
I can appreciate your comments about the importance of our pickleball community and the value they place on that sport. As I had mentioned, our facility monitors, we are anticipating a bit of a pinch there. Facility monitors ideally are present every time council has a meeting or a committee meeting in the building. They would be present to unlock and provide support, for example, to council. But they also support pickleball or skating programs or things that happen at, like the Knock Community Hall. So we are going to do our best to manage and organize our programs in such a way that we don't see any loss of program due to this, but it is a pinch point.
Councillor Saunders.
If we lose the programming dollars, what's the impact? Like I'm saying, if we have we're paying $70,000 for these guys, are we losing $70,000 in programming? It's like, it's going to offset itself?
We're just discussing over here, but most of our daytime programming is low to no cost for our community to participate in. So we wouldn't anticipate a large revenue loss for those programs.
Would there be any appetite for one versus two, or is that even helpful? Meeting you halfway?
I just heard super helpful.
Was there any opportunity for someone to put forward a motion? Councillor Saunders?
Let's go for one staff member and help you guys out.
And that's seconded by Councillor Richardson. Questions or comments on the amendment? Okay, great. Councillor Waters.
While we're waiting, I just have a general question on procurement. Again, because I was looking through the rest of the things that you're going to be adding, and I'm just wondering, when you send this out, do you send them out as individual items, so the 2 heat pumps is one item, or would you put all your HVAC things together and ask for one big contract where there might be some cost savings there? So I'm just, how would you normally do that?
Through your worship. Great question. So a number of our services, we have preferred suppliers or vendors in place. So for HVAC, for example, we would be going to one supplier with multiple purchase requests as we have those arrangements set up through the purchasing team.
Thank you.
So we do have the motion to amend up now from Councillor Saunders and Councillor Richardson. Any further discussions on it? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment? Thank you, Councillor Ices. Any opposed of the amendment? That is carried. And now we go to the motion as amended. We don't go to the motion as amended. We go to the next item, which is stormwater management.
I think are we parks and open spaces?
You're absolutely right, Director. Parks and open spaces, page 130.
Perfect. And as we're getting set up, I'm joined at the table now by our acting parks manager, Chris Trevisan. Okay, parks and open spaces. Thanks, Kevin. Great. Our Parks and Community Spaces budget covers the 3 services you see on the left. It allows us to cut over 70 hectares of grass, maintain over 50 lake access points, 42 sports fields and courts, and perform 10 different types of routine inspections, everything from playgrounds and walkways to our skate parks, and caring for 6 ice surfaces, 4 indoor pads, 1 outdoor rink, and an outdoor trail we'll all be able to check out tonight. Next slide, please. Okay, we've noted here that the operating budget has increased 61% over 2022. Some significant factors impacting our service delivery costs. First one is aging equipment and amenities. And this is really speaking to the cost of our fleet maintenance and ensuring that our historical and projected amounts for that are in line with our budget. Rising costs, again, contracted services. In here, we can add portable toilets are on that list, and also bringing historical costs for things like tree removal in line with historical spends. Fuel, insurance, and utilities, again, part of market dynamics and inflation. And looking at wages and benefits. So similarly, in prior years, due to the favorable salary gapping in your savings, and in response to community complaints and expectations, operations was able to meet these service level expectations by bringing in unbudgeted casuals and students. So mainly to improve operations at Innisfil Beach Park. So salary gapping seen in the past is not anticipated to continue in future years, and though therefore our staff are proposing that these casual and student positions become part of our budget. Very good. Thanks, Kevin. Now these are our change requests not included in the budget. So we did contemplate providing a 7-day-a-week staffing proposal for the town square. This would be to activate the space, support programming in the space, perform regular maintenance activities, horticultural practices, rink maintenance, regular cleaning of the washrooms, and other amenities. We're showing it here for your awareness, but we believe in our first 2 years of operation that we'd like to examine the space, monitor how it runs. You've seen us pivoting already as we've learned about how the public's engaging with the space, and we're comfortable with that approach. You may see us come back in future years as we see what we really need down there, but we're comfortable with where we are today. The proposed budget does not include funding to support proactive parking lot line painting within our parks. So similarly to facilities, it's something we've historically done with in-year savings as they've been available. And again, if there becomes a safety concern with what we see happening, we will work with finance and propose an unbudgeted spend, likely utilizing a tax rate stabilization reserve. Thanks, Kevin. So there are 3 projects on our capital project list, and I'll draw your attention to the middle line there regarding the Innisfil Beach Park tennis court cover and resurfacing. Both the 2016 Parks and Rec Master Plan as well as the current plan still in its draft form are recommending this item. So covering the Innisfil Beach Park tennis courts allows us to offer year-round, which is another objective we have and share with you, programming within the tennis courts. So both through all seasons, providing programming through our sport and recreation team, but also allowing the development of an Innisfil tennis club. So with covered courts, we can continue to provide that winter programming. We would also be potentially extending the life of the tennis courts as they wouldn't be exposed to the elements. Now, how we would approach this, we have made investigations already. We've had reach outs from private organizations looking to work with us in a public-private format, and we see that format in other communities as well. But having our project approved demonstrates council's support and will to see this advance, and also gives us a chance to meaningfully engage with those outside parties and a funding source to execute the plan. So we really would be looking to do this with a partner and hopefully with some grant funding, and those are two things we'd be starting with should that be approved. And that brings us to questions.
Thank you, Director Bowman. Questions or comments for Director Bowman? Councillor Waters.
I will say that I remember in my first term, I had two groups approach me about covering it in a partnership with the town. So I do realize those partnerships are out there. So investigating that would be really good. And I just thought I'd throw there that, that we would also keep our pickleball residents very happy if they had another indoor place to play. So, just making sure that we're in good standing with that group is quite important. So just a quick question. This is something that doesn't come down during the summertime so that we be playing in the sun, or does it?
It would remain up all year.
Remain up all year. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. I see the allotment for $1.07 million. Now, this is just if we were to take on the project ourselves, correct? Without the additional funding or grants? That being the case, what would be the cost recovery through the programs? Just a general idea. If hypothetically we get a 50-50 split, so it goes down to $500,000 for the actual purchase itself and the construction. What beyond that point would we be seeing in income coming back in through the programs?
Through your worship, I would really be speculating at this point without having a proposal with a partner in front of us right now. But as we develop that and are approached again by some of those interested parties, we would be developing that type of information and would be bringing that back to council.
Councillor Waters.
I would suggest that there's probably many recreational opportunities in the town that we don't do that business analysis on, in terms of we do it because it's appropriate for what we offer. So we usually always subsidize something. This would be that same vein. The other opportunity I see here as well is that we're going to be bringing people to the park in the wintertime, and which is important because that's one thing that, we always say that there's nothing to do down there during the wintertime. So the more things that we can put down there that draw people to the wintertime, because I'm also looking that if there's businesses slowly start building across the road in the new area on Innisfil Beach Road, that there's going to be traffic going past it. So I think the more things we can offer during the wintertime provides a whole variety of benefits to the town. So I think it's a good idea.
Councillor Saunders.
Through the staffing for the town square, is there a possibility of making it 3 part-timers instead of 1 full-time and 2 1 full and 2 part-timers? Just knowing with staffing, I don't think it's not that big of a spot, so I don't think you would need 2 or 3 staff members there at one given time.
Through your worship, to Councillor Saunders, so I appreciate your point on that one. So that staffing arrangement is needed because there's multiple shifts in a day and 7 days a week. So we actually need that many people to configure all the shifts that would be required to achieve that level.
But I think you also mentioned that you were happy not having that staffing level this year, just understanding the space for now and monitoring it closely. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Question to Director Bowman about service levels in this budget regarding our parks. As we expand programming into the winter, that will put more strain on cleanup, garbage cleanup possibly, and maintenance. Is the levels in this budget, is the service levels the same as what we had in the past, is my question.
Thank you, Your Worship. And with Council's support of this budget and the support of our interim budget just passed, we are able to support our current service levels. Just noting that pinch point with facility monitors, that would be the only exception.
Thank you. I mean, part of where my mind was going on this tennis court was it the right place? Was there going to be then more conflict, just like with the boat launch? Now, is there going to be conflict with tennis players who don't want to pay for parking if they're from outside of the municipality and so on? But to Councillor Waters' point about the winter use, I think is important because right now, we get complaints, I get complaints about nuisance users, like people going in, kids going in with their cars at night and doing donuts in the parking lot and that sort of thing, which if you have more, like if you have tennis players and people occupying that space, you'd get less of those nuisance issues going on, I would think. So I've maybe changed my mind on that point. Anyone else? Seeing none, is there a motion or do we move forward to the next? Are they grouped as one? I haven't looked. Okay, so yeah, so then we go forward to the stormwater management. Director Bowman.
We're switching seats and I'm welcoming Jeremy Ninehouse up, our drainage and stormwater manager. And we'll get started drawing your attention to page 135 in the book. And Kevin, thank you. So the stormwater budget covers the two services you see here. It allows for yearly inspection and selective maintenance on 24 municipal drains, 61 stormwater ponds, 6 low-impact development features, and 5 oil grit separators. Kevin? Thank you, sir. In the stormwater management portfolio, we've noted a decrease of 20% over 2022. Now, the factors affecting service delivery costs include our stormwater CLIECA, which stands for Consolidated Linear Infrastructure Environmental Compliance Approval. This is a provincially mandated change to how stormwater systems and infrastructure is managed in municipalities. With it has come certain provincial requirements that have placed a burden on us, including a reporting requirement that will cost us to the tune of about $70,000. We also have some aging infrastructures. CCTV inspections were completed in our stormwater network and revealed an increasing need for maintenance, which is now accounted for in this budget. We have the onboarding of additional infrastructure. There have been new oil grit separators that the town has adopted into the system that now need their annual care. And we have those similar rising costs as you've seen in the other sections with contracted service, materials and supplies, and in this case, wages and benefits as natural salary progressions. Thanks, Kevin. So some budget items not included in this budget. So we see $35,000 for ditching. Now the town's ditching budget has been reduced or is proposed to be reduced by 50% of part of this budget. This will reduce the amount of ditching cleanouts completed through the town. So in a normal year, we typically complete about 3.5 kilometers of ditching. And that's in combination with staff and our own equipment, as well as with some contracted services that help us out as well. So in this budget, as proposed, staff will continue to do our part out there with our staff and equipment, but we won't bring in the additional contracted services. So what that means is that ditches and culverts in those areas we wouldn't have gotten to that otherwise would have been planned may continue to see some slower water flow. Just for council's clarity, again, in those emergency situations or when someone calls because a ditch is flooding over the roadway, we do activate. So this is considered a proactive ditching program. The second item in there is flood control. So operations flood control budget has been eliminated as part of this proposed budget. We will deploy flood control measures such as pumps, sometimes external equipment in those extreme events when we see high levels of flooding, water over the road. We usually build budget dollars to account for those uses, which typically do happen. Now, if that happens without these budget funds, do not worry, we will not be sitting on our hands. We will go out and make those purchases, again, understanding that we need to protect our infrastructure, public, and also the ensuring our homeowners are protected as well. And we'll make those purchases using tax rate stabilization if necessary. Thanks, Kevin. So I'll put before you here, this is our capital budget program. I'll draw your attention to the last item, SWM 12, Stormwater Management Operation and Maintenance Manual. This is another requirement from the province as a result of the shift to the CLI-ECA model. That's my brief, and on to questions.
Thank you for that. Questions and comments from members of council? Councillor Waters.
So I think you've alleviated my concerns around the flooding and ditching because my ward has a serious flooding issue. And so I know we're looking at a new strategy for the ward, so which is nice. But I was really quite concerned when I saw that Innisfil has a lot of flooding and the ditching is really quite important. So as long as you assure me that we're not going to be in a pinch, and I'm going to have my ward residents calling me saying that I'm flooding because you cut $35,000, I'm feeling a little more comfortable that you clarified that. Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may, I'll just go back. So the flood control measures are budget items for renting pumps and things like that. We can take that out of the budget, knowing that if we get ourselves in a pinch, we'll reach out to finance and coordinate a purchase with tax rate stabilization. The ditching is a proactive piece that we do annually. As we do recognize, as you say, the nature of some of our lower lying areas, and we would like to do more ditching. So in this case, we won't be advancing our proactive ditching with only half that budget in place.
Councillor Ices?
Thank you, Worship. I too have concerns about the lack of ditching being proposed in the budget. Typically, my question is that those ditching proactive operations, would you say they are more done in the rural areas of Innisfil, or are they spread across both the rural and urban of the town?
Through you, Your Worship. So our team will take a look at the start of the year to determine what the segments are that we would complete. It tends to be a bit of a combination. I certainly understand that we have a lot of areas of concern near the lake, but there are areas in other parts of the municipality that do require ditching as well. So we do an analysis to say what are the urgent priorities at the time.
Follow up, if I may. So I guess my question is, as a homeowner or a landowner, if I have noticed a lack of drainage from my property, what are my recourse as far as the town? Am I able to proactively assist? A culvert clean out, or would I call the town with my concerns over this if I see that there's an issue? Because a lot of the times these proactive measures, like it happens over time, right? So if we're proactive and we can stop some of these issues that happen usually in high flooding situations, and they can cause significant property damage. So I guess I have some concern over not being proactive when we know as as Councillor Waters has mentioned, there's a lot of flooding in Innisfil. So what can a property owner do in the event that they see a situation starting to occur?
Director Bowman?
Through your worship, Councillor Ices, you're right. Throughout the year, we do get calls coming in through customer service, and that's certainly what we'd advise any resident who has a concern about standing water or issues with their ditch to call in through customer service, and that's one of the many work orders and cases that we attend to throughout the year. So our supervisor or a member of our staff will go out to the property that calls in and have a look at the dynamics at play. And throughout a year, we do go and I'll call it a spot treatment for ditching. So if there is a need in the moment, that will be attended to. So I would somewhat separate that the case-by-case response from the proactive ditching, which could see a segment of road, a kilometer of a roadside be identified for a ditching process, whether it be rural or urban.
I guess I still have concerns over not being proactive when it comes to flooding. So I would like to ask for some support to put that item back into the budget. I would make that motion.
Are you talking both the flooding and the ditching, Councillor Ices?
Just the ditching.
Just the
Just the
ditching.
ditching.
Just the ditching?
Yes.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Waters. So now we have an amendment to discuss. Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. When it comes to adding in the, Ms. Bowman? Yes, when it comes to adding in the additional $33,000, how many kilometers are we looking at? Like, just a general idea, are we talking like, a good number of roadways, or is it just specific areas that would be targeted?
Through your worship, we typically can achieve about 3.5 kilometers in a year, combined with external resources and staff resources with the funding we have at the moment. That sounds like, in some ways it sounds small to me, but when you start looking at frontages on the homes, especially in our urban areas, it can amount to quite a bit. So that is our anticipated distance.
So the additional $33,000 would include the 3 to 4 kilometers, or would be an addition to the 3 to 4 kilometers?
The 3.5 would be with the add back that council is currently contemplating.
Okay. I have seen firsthand down at 9th Line and Leonard's what happens when the flooding occurs. So,
Other questions and comments on the amendment? I have a couple of comments. First, on behalf of Councillor Drodge, who had an alternate appointment this morning. He'll be arriving later. He'd reached out to me a little worried that this would go by without his attendance here, and he certainly was in favor of the amendment. I would say to Mr. Ninehouse, this is the first time I think I've ever sat here and talked about ditching when we didn't talk about the South Innisfil Creek drain, and wondered, is there any impact to the budget with the South Innisfil Creek drain this year?
To you, Your Worship. There will be a staff report coming to council probably in March regarding South Innisfil Creek drain update.
Thank you. I understand we're waiting a lot on MTO and their work for that. Is there a Phragmites program this year?
Your Worship, yes, there is a Phragmites program, and in fact, we are working with the expert that previous council had before them, whose name eludes me. Oh, Janice. Gilbert. Yes, that's right, Dr. Gilbert. Apologies. Working with Dr. Gilbert, we are expanding beyond our roadside stands of Phragmites and now looking into our stormwater infrastructure as well as into our parks. So it begins by doing a mapping exercise, identifying the proposed stands that will then be they will be addressed within the spray program.
Thank you for that. And then my final comment is on the ditching. I too feel it's an important important part of what we do. Although I don't know why this is, but I get 2 complaints about ditching. I get people who phone me and say, I want ditching work done and the town won't do it. And then I get the other complaint, which is, look at the mess my town made of my ditch and how am I going to maintain this? So can you cover how we, or do we have any communication with the adjacent landowner at the time, so they understand why it needs to be done, and how do we, is there any way we can improve on being able to do more ditches where people actually want the work done versus what people that don't want the work done? Or do we do just based on where it's going to have the most impact regardless of the adjacent landowner's opinion?
I appreciate the conflict there, because the aesthetics of someone's ditch, that's part of their property. So there is that concern. The municipality's concern is with maintaining our infrastructure and ensuring that water flows as it should in order to prevent it from coming up and going over a road, both damaging that infrastructure and, making that road inaccessible. So I do appreciate that, a homeowner would want to be left with good work, and that's what we will strive to do. Communication is also an important piece of that, and so we're happy to report we are already working on, with the communications team, a brochure specifically for flooding, which will speak to ditches as well. And so we are, as you saw with our snow brochure that was presented this year to the public, we are trying to put a great foot forward and proactively talking to residents through the brochure, which will be available online, about some of these common questions and concerns they have.
That's great, because I think most of the calls that I get are when people leave for work in the morning, come home, and there's been ditching done, and they're shocked or they didn't know what was happening. But even if they knew it was going to happen, and I think there'd be less of that. Councillor Waters?
Along those same lines is that I get numerous calls around work that the town does, and on great big projects, the town is out ahead of time, sending out letters to the residents and that kind of stuff. But on smaller projects, fences, fence lines, ditching, they don't seem to get, and I'm not too sure, they're not aware, or they've missed a brochure that was put there. I don't know, but even with the small projects, residents really appreciate knowing ahead of time that you're coming to their street, so they know, sometime next week, town's going to be here, they're going to be ditching, or they're going to be fixing this fence. And I realize, it's an extra step to take, but I know last term I had several phone calls, people saying, town didn't tell me they were going to come. They took down the fence, my dog got away. So it would be really appreciated on the communication side that even on these small projects, we give the residents time and that they know that we're coming. Thank you.
So through your worship, we'll take that comment back and think about resourcing is really what it comes down to, because it does take a person to go out now with a letter and do those door drops. It's not something we're currently equipped with, but there may be creative ways we can think about that, whether it's maybe mailers instead, but we'll certainly take that comment away. Thank you.
Thank you, and I broke my own rule and veered way off the amendment that's on the floor. So we do have an amendment on the floor that to put the ditching back in the operating budget for 2023, 2024. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Now we're scheduled only to be at 10:50, so about a half an hour ahead of ourselves. So I'm going to suggest, if it's all right with Nicole's team and it's all right with everyone at the table, if we finish off Nicole's section, so that's transportation network and fleet management, and then have a solid break, if that works for everybody. I'm seeing nods. Okay, so we'll move then to transportation network. And I see Mr. Seed speaking up.
That's right, we're doing the table swap. And I'm happy to welcome our manager of both roads and fleet, Brian Seed, to the table for any discussion that council wishes to have with us. And we'll start with the transportation network, drawing your attention to page 140 in the book. Thanks, Kevin. So the transportation network covers these three services you see on the left. It allows us to respond to 1,786 roads inquiries annually. Would be including those ditch requests. Maintaining 691 lane kilometers of paved road, completing those 3.5 kilometers of ditching annually, and sweeping 174 kilometers of roadway annually, 61 of which we do with our own staff and equipment. And of course, that's just among a great many other things. Kevin? So the roadway network budget is noting an 8% increase over 2022, and I'll highlight some of the factors impacting our service delivery costs. Again, you see the aging infrastructure, and this is budgeting for the costs associated with maintaining a roads fleet. We also have the rising costs of contracted services, such as in other categories. We're also seeing that here. Fuel, insurance, materials and supplies, utilities, all part of our inflation and market dynamics, and wages and benefits, seeing just natural salary progressions here. We do have some unmaterialized revenues we're taking account for. At one point, it was forecasted that some of our equipment may actually be revenue generating through shared use, but that has not materialized, and so to balance this out, it has been removed from the budget. Takes us to the next slide, please, Kevin. Okay, so some key decisions, change requests not included in the budget. So we have not included what is an operational cost for the line painting of bike lanes. Now, there are two components to this request. There is operational cost of the paint for the lines, but also staff would recommend, if this was of interest to council, that we first revisit designs to improve on the areas that we have received feedback on. So council can consider this item in its entirety or in pieces by dividing paint applications over multiple years, or by reducing the roads within the program, or both. Of course, there are pros and cons to each of those choices. The second item on the top table is pavement markings. So this is referring to 3 installations that we have. So there's 4 puzzle piece crosswalks, the installation of Dragon's Teeth on 9th Line, and the Pride Crosswalk at Innisfil Beach Park. The cost that you see there is for durable or thermoplast painting, which in the case of durable paint means it can stay down for 3 years and should last for 3 years. A thermoplast can give us potentially up to 10 years. So those 3 items would be covered with that pavement markings. Now, should council wish to consider this item, it can also be considered in its entirety, or by reducing the number of locations or switching to a non-durable format. It would be an annual application in that case. Now, in the lower table, we have some budget requests not included in this budget. So these would usually be in the roads budget. The first is gravel resurfacing. So the town maintains approximately 67 kilometers of gravel road, of which 3 to 4 are resurfaced each year. So as part of the proposed budget, the funding for gravel has been eliminated. That means for the material and the placing it. But staff will still continue to grade the roads with our staff and our equipment. So ensuring that the road is smooth, preventing potholes and rutting, and ensuring the crown remains proper on the top. And that would keep us at our current service level. The second one is shoulder maintenance. As part of this proposed budget, the shoulder maintenance budget has been reduced by half. As a result, the roadway shoulders would not receive mechanical shouldering. You would still see staff out adding material at certain places, doing sort of a spot treatment using our own internal resources. The third item is guide rail maintenance and repair. So as part of the proposed budget, this item has come out, meaning that no guide rail maintenance can be completed. However, in the event of an emergency, so if there is a collision that involves a guardrail and it becomes damaged, if there is a safety concern like some of these other items, we would work with finance and look to make an unplanned spend, likely tapping into tax rate stabilization reserves if needed. And the last item is slurry seal. So with the proposed budget, the slurry seal program remains as it was in the last 2 years, which is half of what it was in 2018-2019 program. So this allows for approximately 7 kilometers of road to receive slurry seal application each year. Slurry seal is a large part of the preventative maintenance for a roadway. Proper application at the right time in a road's life cycle can add 4 to 8 years onto the life of a road, depending on the volume of traffic and the conditions of the road. What that means for council and the public is it delays the bigger investment that we have to make when we reconstruct or do major repairs on a roadway. So it is part of asset management and a bit of a trade-off. So that's those three. Kevin, to the next slide, please. And our capital program has 3 projects on it, the first 2 being very important fence repairs and needing completion, and the last item being asphalt works. This is an environmental protection effort to ensure that waste stored within the storage facility does not create any opportunity for leaching into the ground. It should have a permanent surface underneath it. That takes us to questions.
Thank you, Director Bowman. Questions for this section? I'm waiting for Councillor Ices to put his forth. Councillor Saunders. We'll start with Councillor Saunders, and I'll go to Councillor Ices.
Thank you. We're taking away the graveling of the roads. How many of those roads that we presently gravel are now on the hook to be paved? Because if we keep taking away the gravel, I think we're just going to have more erosion on those roads, and it's going to cost us more in the future for us to pave them. Because I know down in the Big Bay Point area, there's a lot of roads that are on the hook to get paved. So I know taking away some of the gravel from that is fine, but some of the bigger roads, what's going to happen in the future on that, on taking away the gravel from them?
Unless I hear from one of my other colleagues here, I think we can consider those 2 issues somewhat separate. So our roads needs study has identified roads in the future and has ordered those for when we would see a further development, including moving away from a gravel surface. So what we do or do not add in terms of topping up on gravel material won't change the order in which we proceed with those works in the future.
Councillor Ices. Councillor Ices, I don't know if we've lost your audio a bit. If you could just hang on for a moment. I think it's on our end because we heard you really well earlier.
How about now?
Oh, it was on your end.
That was on my end. Apologies there. Yes, so my concern is not doing these proactive measures largely in the rural areas of our town. I understand the need to keep our taxes as low as possible, but I'm not sure pulling, especially the slurry seal on our roads where we were already doing less. That seems to be a recipe of pay more later, and I would I do have a problem with that. The gravel as well. I know staff will do their best to keep the level of the gravel roads at its current levels, but I struggle with the actual ability to do that without putting fresh gravel down. I know you can put the crown back, but I have an uncle who knows roads very well, and he always says to me that potholes have memories. So if you don't have gravel to fill those potholes, they're going to be there without that. And so with that, I would like some support to put both of those items back into the budget, the gravel item and the slurry seal. I would like to make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ices. Is there support for Councillor Ices' position? Councillor Saunders? Questions and comments on the amendment? I'm going to jump in here. So coming from a ward that still has an awful lot of gravel roads, and hearing in the grocery store day in and day out, the 14th concession is one that I hear a lot about, that they need work. And overall, just from an overall perspective of it's hard to gain the confidence of the residents on special innovative things that we want to do when we can't do the basics. And we heard a lot during COVID when we came in with a negative, when we lowered our tax collected in order to come in with a zero-based budget. And then we heard a lot of people complaining the garbage wasn't getting picked up, there was no work done on the medians. Those were decisions we made to save pennies. And, you know, we made them with the best interests of heart of our residents. But I would agree here, particularly with Councillor Ices and the slurry. I think it's penny wise, pound foolish. If we save today, not hitting those roads in their sweet spot, therefore then having to reconstruct them earlier than they would if they'd got that coat of slurry seal in a timely fashion. But for me, it's more, I want to be that municipality that does amazing things, that our libraries are state-of-the-art, that we've got this wonderful town square. But if we can't do the meat and potatoes, like have drivable roads and then I think that we'll lose the confidence of the residents on the bigger picture stuff. So that's my rant for the day. Anyone else? So the other two items were the guide rail and the shoulder maintenance. Sorry, Councillor. Oh, a seconder for Councillor Ices. I thought it was Councillor Saunders. Yeah. Okay. All in. So Councillor Bowman, Director Bowman. You're convinced that if we need those things, that we can do it with. You can have talk with the CFO about the tax rate stabilization? Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none. Oh, one other. On the guide rail maintenance, will that affect our insurance rates?
Your Worship, I'm not sure we have the right person in the room to answer that question for you today, but we would certainly look into it. It's not to my knowledge, because as mentioned, should there be damage to a guide rail that puts it out of compliance with how it should be for the roads, we would make the repair.
All right, and if I could ask Councillor Ices for a friendly amendment, if he would also include the the shoulder maintenance. And the reason why is because we do allow ATVs on our roads here, and without shoulder maintenance, if one of those ATVs riding on the shoulder flipped, and then they came back to us and said, well, you took your shoulder maintenance out of the budget this year, and that's why I had that accident. Just would go to Councillor Ices on that.
Yes, I would agree with that. That's a very small part of the budget, so that makes total sense to me. I would agree with that amendment.
And the seconder? Okay. All right, now with this amendment, any other comments or questions? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the shoulders, my understanding was there's still going to be maintenance on them. So I'm just kind of, could get some clarification on the whole insurance issue, like why, like what would the difference be in service if we're going to be putting it back in versus having manual repairs on the shoulders? Because I mean, I don't see, if we're doing the work, that'll give us the grounds to defend in a legal battle, would it not?
I don't think we have any from legal to peer, but I'm sure Mr. Seed or Ms. Bowman might be able to attempt. Thank you.
To the insurance piece, I can't comment, but I would just speak globally to the importance of maintaining our roadway infrastructure into compliance and ensuring, as we always do, that when our road patrol is going around and we find a spot that would be considered unsafe because it's got a shoulder drop-off meeting a threshold outlined in the minimum maintenance standards, we send out crews to ensure that that's corrected right away. And so the shoulder maintenance has several parts. Material that we purchase to place in a deficit area. But when we do larger scale shouldering, we actually bring in a company that, and you may have seen the county do it on the 10th side road and the 5th line this year. So they'll bring in a machine, drops a lot of material on the side, and then it follows with a grading operation and a sweeping operation. So they completely top up the side of a shoulder. So that's a more extensive piece of work and something we wouldn't do if we didn't have this additional funding, which basically is paying for contracted services.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Go ahead, Director.
If I could just check in with you, Your Worship, I know we are just talking about the items not included in the budget. There were pavement markings and bicycle lanes, and if you, I wasn't sure if you intended to include Council's wishes within this motion or a different one.
Clerks is telling me a different one. So we'll ask for, call the vote on this one then, please. All in favor of the recommendation as on the screen? 2, 3. That's carried unanimously. Are there any other amendments? Does anybody want to talk about the pavement markings? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to talk strictly about the bicycle lanes in terms of putting those back into the budget. I realize it's a very, very large cost, but I did talk to Director Bowman about the idea of splitting the cost up so some of it would appear in this budget cycle and then some would appear in the next budget cycle. So identifying, first of all, you wanted to do a study in terms of changing how they appear. And then the second piece would be actually doing it. So I figured 2023 you'd be doing that study. 2024 you could start by doing maybe one road and down the road. So you did take a look at how you might split that up. So could you inform us what that would look like if we were to split it up?
Through Your Worship, there are options with the bike lanes. So as I mentioned, the first step would be to conduct the study to review the paint markings before we invest in placing them on the road again. Would suggest that that's a year. To do that, we wouldn't want to try that and then apply in the same year. So we could break the project into multiple pieces. The con of that is when you have a contractor come out to do it 3 separate times, you're paying for the transportation of the equipment and sort of the fees that will then recur each year, as opposed to the economy of scale you get from doing it all at once. But we can break that down and do one segment per year.
My other question too was to take a look at dropping some of the roads, like Leslie and Anne Marie, and then just doing the roads which come onto Innisfil Beach Road. In terms of, are there any cost savings there from doing it? Because I assume Leslie will come back into the fold when it goes up to the 20th, because it'll be straight through from the 9th to the 8th. So we could revisit that one later on. Are there any cost savings in reducing the amount of, that we would do?
Yes, through Your Worship, yes, we can certainly reduce the number of roads included within the painting project. Just for Council's awareness, the number put forward is based on the current paint plan, And should we reinvest and look at reviewing some of those markings and how the layout is done, it can change what the budget for the paint application itself.
So I would like to put an amendment forward in terms of putting the bike lanes back in, but maybe at a 50-50 split, 50% this budget cycle, 50% next budget cycle, and getting the whole thing done. Because if somebody is, if a child is hurt because we've decided to just allow them to fade so they're there and they're not there, the liability concerns me, and I would rather see us give kids an opportunity to get down to Innisfil Beach Road, get on the multi-bike pathways, get to the recreation center safely. So I think any modern municipality installs bike lanes. We just have to make sure that we do it better this time, and then we look down the road. So so that would be my mention, is to split it 50-50. And then the other thing too would be, when you're putting out the contract, that we do contracting for line painting throughout the town, so that we might do that first 50% with another contract that's doing regular road painting along those lines. So hopefully that helps out a little bit. So that would be my amendment, is put that, because I just can't, if somebody got hurt because we've done this, I would never forgive myself. So at least I'm going to put it on and let everyone else vote the way they want to.
Go ahead, Director Bowman.
Through you, Your Worship, if I could suggest, I think I understand what Councillor Waters is trying to achieve, and for the development of a motion, I think what we'd be looking at, if I'm checking my understanding, so year one to invest in the study, and year two would be the first of 3 segments of painting.
In terms of the 3 segments that you're talking about, what I'm suggesting is just doing it in 2. I'm not too sure what you mean by 3 segments.
Through Your Worship. So when we look at the paint structures, there's kind of 3 big streets. So right. The way to break it down would be into thirds. You couldn't really do a half particularly well.
Got you. Okay. All right. I see where you're coming from. 2/3, 1/3. Just to make it more palatable, would be my suggestion, and maybe identify those ones which are fading faster, because I noticed in some areas, some of the roads are fading faster than others, so identify those up front. Or if council's amenable, it all up front. So I'll have discussion on if they want to see it broken up or they don't want to see it done at all. So let's let discussion happen, and then we can come back to that.
And to let the discussion happen, we need a seconder on the table. Councillor Richardson. Questions or comments on the bike lane redesign? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can see the $50,000 being put into the design, just to see what we can do to revamp it and make it more palatable to the public. But to go ahead, in my opinion, with the $710,000 when we're adding to the budget, I'd like to think at this point in time we delay it, get the delay to the put the bike lane redesign in play, and then basically put the $710,000 back into other things, which we, like as the mayor said, meat and the potatoes, the roads and whatnot. This would be, I would think, a place we could actually cut something. Because when we had the Get Involved Innisfil.ca, if Director Bowman can remind me, how many people responded positively? I think it was like less than 15 on the website that responded to the actual bike lanes and the inquiries and whatnot. I remember the number being fairly low, so it wasn't a hot button topic for a lot of people. But I mean, if we can go back into the idea and come back to people and say, look, this is something we've looked into and we can possibly put in another budget, I'd like to do that versus the full $700,000+ to paint everything.
I don't suppose we have that staff report in front of us. My question would be around the timing. So right now we're doing the transportation master plan, and the transportation master plan with the active transportation has the trails and the bike lanes and everything as part of that plan, I believe. Ms. Lee?
Yes, Mayor Dolan, that is correct.
And so I'm wondering about kind of cart before the horse. The transportation master plan might identify places we need bicycle lanes that we haven't considered yet. We picked the roads that we thought were the ones to do, but that plan might alter that thinking. Those were my thoughts. We all got mixed reviews on the bike lanes, mostly because of the way that they were done. What I got 100% great reviews on were those school crossing guards with the puzzle pieces on them. Everybody loved those. And what I think I heard, Ms. Bowman, is there's no money in this budget to do anything with those. So do we let them fade? Like what is the plan? I worry a little bit more about those, the things that people really love, letting them fade than the things that people were iffy on. What would be the plan for those crosswalks going forward if we do nothing here?
Your Worship, the plan for those crosswalks would be to let them fade out naturally or to have them sandblasted is usually the technique to have it removed after the season.
So that makes my big antenna. My Danger Will Robinson antenna goes up every once in a while, and it just did right now. CAO Gershow.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Staff are just hoping we can stay crystal clear on which modifications we're talking about. I think we might have multiple motions on people's minds, one related to the capital project for bike lane redesign, the second one being related to the operating investment in bike lane painting, the scope of which may be under modification, if I understood Councillor Waters correctly, and then Mayor Dolan, to your comment, I think is a separate issue around pavement markings. So if we can just be clear about what council is considering, that would be helpful.
Thank you for putting me back on track, Mr. Gershow. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that for a bike lane redesign, so that's a study, for $50,600 be incorporated into the 2023 budget. Is there questions or comments on that? Councillor Waters.
I think the discussion was around whether or not we wanted to invest any part of the $710,000. So I'll go back to Director Bowman's third rule and put $200 and whatever $1,000 in for the 2024, and then every year after that. So it would be requesting 210 to do 1/3 of them right now, and then the next budget cycle would come out and stipulate the other roads that we're talking about. I just you know, the whole idea behind the bicycle lanes there are for our kids to be able to get down Innisfil Beach Road safely, and I think that's important in terms of kid safety. And I would request a recorded vote if to go ahead with this. Thank you.
Can you just help the clerk's office then with your amended language?
So what would the number be, Director Bowman?
Through your worship, we've just been conferring here. We can work with 1/2. We have a way to divide up the project in half, or we can do it in thirds, depending on the wishes of council.
I guess my question would be in terms of the paving, the markings that we have now, how long do you think they're going to last?
Excuse me for interjecting, Mayor Dolan. Can I just clarify, Councillor Waters, are you amending the motion that's on the screen, or are you considering a second motion?
I thought this would be part of this motion. I thought we were waiting to have a discussion to continue this motion in terms of the bike lanes. Like, this is part of the bike lanes, so I assume this would be part of the same motion.
Is clerk's modifying then what's on the screen? Okay.
Your Worship, we're just working on some language to be received.
So while that's happening, Deputy Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I don't like the idea of combining the bike lane along with the designs of the bike lane in the same motion, because the idea of coming back to council with an idea of how they wish to proceed versus, well, you're going to give us go ahead to, one, do the design, and then two, go ahead in the same motion. What if they come back and there's something we don't like or disagree with that? That kind of ties our hands to go before we even see the design. I don't think that's reasonable. I think that if you want to put $50,000 into a design and get council's approval before the funding goes through, that's a whole other ball of wax. But to say that, we're going to put the money into it and then whatever they come back with, we're going to go ahead with anyways, without seeing it it doesn't gel. I'd like to be able to see what the design is before I agree or disagree with it.
Councillor Waters?
I guess I'm just going to ask for clarification, and I might be missing something. In terms of the $50,000, I didn't see that as a separate item here, so did I miss it?
Excuse me, Mayor Dolan, could I request a brief recess, 5 minutes, so we can clear this up? And we can confer with Councillor Waters on a draft motion language.
Absolutely. So it is now 10:59. Why don't we take that 10-minute break now, if that's suitable for everyone, and ask everybody to reconvene at 11:10. So can I have a mover and a seconder to recess? Councillor Zanella, Deputy Mayor Fowler, all those in favor? That's great. Let's take a little break. Thanks, everyone. After our break, and I would ask for a mover and a seconder, please, to resume the meeting. Deputy Mayor Fowler and Councillor Saunders. We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Waters?
After lots of discussion, that we're going to leave this motion as is, and that the bike lanes will, in terms of the paintings, we'll put off to the next budget cycle. And then I'll also revise that I don't need a recorded vote.
So staff just changed it from 23 to 24 capital budget. Is that what you intended?
Yes, exactly that.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Saunders.
I think we're kind of wasting the $50,000 doing a bike lane redesign when we have the transportation master plan coming in. But I do have a question for Director Bowman, because I would like to see a bike lane down in Big Bay Point, but that wouldn't be in this design. So I think we should wait until the transportation master plan comes together and see what happens there, so we can do our motions and not spend $50,000. I think we're putting the horse before the cart right now, or the cart before the horse right now. But I do have a question for Ms. Bowman. What would the cost be just to paint the existing lines as they are now?
Through your worship. So the 710 that we've presented is to paint the existing patterns as they are today using 3-year durable paint.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Waters.
Could I ask Director Bowman for some clarification in terms of Councillor Saunders' comment about the Transportation Master Plan? Because I thought this was about a redesign. I think the master plan just tells us where we want them. This would tell us specifically what we want them to look like on these specific streets. Is that correct? So there are two different things?
Through you, Mayor Dolan. The Transportation Master Plan actually is completed. It was completed in 2022, and the bike lanes were identified as one of the projects within that Transportation Master Plan.
Thank you. Another question? No. So I just wanted to comment or ask a question, Director Lee. So did the Transportation Master Plan identify bike lanes on the roads that we have currently painted bike lanes? And maybe that's an unfair question.
Mayor Dolan, specifically in terms of Jans Boulevard and Webster, I believe are the two that were identified, and the TMP did recommend that those be bike lanes and recommended and reconfirmed that, and that was the intent of the January 11th report that came forward to council.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments on this item? Thank you. So we'll call the vote on the motion to amend. I think he's just coming on to vote. So all in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed to the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a tie vote, so that's defeated. Then we'll go to, is there any other motions to amend at this point? So we'll go back to the original motion. No, we won't. So,
There's still a presentation from Director Bowman.
okay, but there was one still item left that I was going to maybe bring forward a motion, and I would need someone to take the chair. So if I could ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair so I could introduce a motion to amend.
Thank you, Your Worship. Okay, what is the motion you wish to prepare?
I'm just waiting for it to come back up on the screen. It was in regards to the current painted, the Pride crosswalk, the puzzle crosswalks, and there was one other item on that list as well.
The 9th line Dragon's Teeth?
The 9th line Dragon Tooth. And I'd ask if I had a seconder for that motion.
Councillor Saunders?
Thank you. So I just wanted to speak to this item. So these are pavement markings that council has approved in the past. They've proved to be very popular with the public. I believe there was some discussion with the Pride group to maybe wonder about a flag versus a crosswalk to see if that would save some money. I don't know if that's gotten anywhere, Director Bowman?
Thank you, Your Worship. We are looking to connect with our community to understand what their wishes are and what their ideas are for the best installation that could be part of Innisfil Beach Park to recognize diversity and inclusion at that site.
Thank you. I guess my main part for this, and the one I'm worried about the most, is those crosswalk puzzle pieces that became so popular. So sandblasting them at this point, I think, would make all of our phones ring. Thank you.
Okay, we need a vote for the motion to amend as presented on the screen. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's carried. Oh, yes, and Councillor Ices, yes, I counted him too. So that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And so now we go on to the next presentation. fleet management. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Bowman. Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. Thanks, Your Worship. And again, Brian Seed's able to be here to speak with us. If council has questions, we'll draw your attention to page 162 in the book and get started looking at our services provided by the fleet team. The funding provided to the fleet allows for 1,612 annual service appointments, seeing 148 vehicles and large equipment across 7 departments being managed by fleet from acquisition to disposal, and 61% of our fleet maintenance repair time being spent on municipal vehicles and 26% of time spent on emergency vehicles. Kevin? Now, in fleet management's portfolio, we have noted a year-over-year increase of 205 over 2022. Now, that seems shocking, but I would like to help council understand that most of the increase is related to the reallocation of costs. So there were always overhead costs like the fleet manager's salary, and those previously had been dispersed over ops services area. So what we've done now is move those costs directly back into fleet, so they're all sitting in the same place. Now, you see the increases in fleet management, but there were also offsetting decreases as we brought those back under fleet in the other service area budgets. So there were other factors also impacting service delivery costs, including the rising costs we've talked about already with insurance, materials and supplies. And so for the fleet shop, that's really shop supplies, equipment maintenance, and small tool costs, and wages and benefits. And I'll highlight under that. This includes the addition of 2 apprentices, which were historically paid for using in-year gapping dollars, now truing up the budget to place the addition of these positions. Fleet is also adding 1 additional new apprentice, and it should be noted here that the apprentice positions are revenue generating. So they generate enough revenue to at minimum cover the cost of their wages and benefits, and often generate above and beyond. The last cost, driving the cost of delivery of our service, is software and technology costs, largely with our telematics device being accounted for in this line. In the key decisions, we don't have any particular key decisions for council to make, but are always open to your thoughts and providing direction on service level changes. And then we'll look at our capital budget. We have a number of items on our capital budget related to growth, but also our replacement budget. You'll see FLT 386. It's a significant item within our capital budget. Just to give you a bit more information about this project, this is to replace equipment that has reached the end of its life. Our equipment deteriorates differently depending on a number of different factors, including the utilization type and the frequency of use. So the fleet policy highlights 6 different criteria that staff use to determine whether a vehicle should be replaced and included in that budget line or not. So those 6 factors are age, kilometers or hours, type of service, reliability, maintenance and repair costs, and condition. The fleet policy also provides a guide as to when a service or piece of equipment should be considered for replacement. So there are 4 different categories that are defined with either a year's or number of hours. Now, all units in this current replacement line have reached either their replacement age or older. And it's important for council to note that sometimes we do keep a piece of equipment or fleet in the fleet longer. If something is in good condition, our operations manager would consult with the director, myself, to push vehicles past their expected replacement time if they feel it's warranted. And sometimes this happens if we've made an investment in a recent repair on a vehicle and it's still in good order. Also important to note that when we do a repair and replacement, we make a sale and there's residual value from that we bring back. So our 3-year average from proceeds of sales of the units that we are replacing is $152,000. So that goes right back into the vehicle reserves, offsetting new vehicle replacements. And I think that takes us to questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Thank you, Worship. 2 points. Obviously, the fleet operations is one of them. The other one is the street flusher. To my understanding, if I remember correctly from our conversations, there is 1 street flusher for the entirety of Innisfil. So we're looking at purchasing a second one. Now, just to confirm, the street flusher does not serve a sole purpose. it serves as a de-icing. Is this that we use for the slurry for the wintertime? Or is it something that we use for just the de-icing of the roads during the heavy snowstorms?
Through your worship, many of our pieces of equipment and vehicles play multi-purpose, including this one. Right now, we have one in the fleet, and with our growth, it is time to have a second one in the fleet. It serves many purposes in winter. You're correct, it's part of our de-icing program, and having a second one would allow us to cover more ground, usually within a fairly narrow window to apply and have that be useful. At other times of the year, it also serves, one of its greatest purposes is dust suppression. So we'll send that out, and it also goes out with the street sweeping operations. So when we actually clean our roads and begin to take the winter material and dust off the road, it will apply water, which is part of the sweeping and cleaning operations.
Follow-up, are we going to be hiring additional staff to run this, or do we have the existing staff to maintain, to run?
At this time, we would be using our existing staff.
Okay, perfect. And then the other one I have is obviously Fleet 386. You said that the six factors, age, kilometers, hours, repairs, reliability, and...
Through your worship, so I'll just go through the top. So age, kilometers or hours, type of service, reliability, maintenance and repair costs, and the condition of the vehicle.
Okay, now some of these, anyone who's looking at the capital budget can see the year these were put into service, 09, 10, 08. So some of these are reaching a 15-year lifespan. I can see this. That's completely understandable. What I'm going to be bringing up the questions regarding is the mowers that were purchased in 2016. To replace all three 11-foot mowers, can you give me a breakdown of the repairs that are required for these or the cost to purchase new ones by comparison?
I can give you a little bit of that through your worship. So our riding mowers, just for clarity, they're replaced at either 8 years or 3,000 hours. So they are in heavy use throughout our growing season. They're subject to the same review by our technicians that go through and look at what types of investments need to be made into them or whether or not they have, as expected, deteriorated along a life cycle. Are you looking for more specifics than that, or is that sufficient?
I'm just looking at the overall price comparison of repair versus replacement. If it becomes cost effective to buy a new unit versus one that can be maintained and doesn't look as pretty, then I can understand. That would be my thought process. I mean, I think the people of the town would appreciate something that functions but doesn't have to be too shiny. That's just my thoughts.
So through your worship, you're pointing out something very important, Deputy Mayor Fowler, is keeping on equipment that is in good shape. And so Brian and his team conduct evaluations on some of these, and we do quite regularly have pieces that stay in the fleet longer. But as we're doing that evaluation, we do pull up the historical spends, and we can compare the original purchase price with what we've already reinvested in terms of repair and maintenance. So we look for that threshold at a point where we are better off to replace this unit than to bring it, to continue its use in the fleet.
Okay, and one last question then in that regard. If we find that we purchase something that is very gremlin-ridden, that provides a lot of repairs or maintenance, when we replace them, are we going to be replacing with the similar unit that provided, or are we going to be exploring alternative options?
Through your worship, just as we may have experienced in our personal lives, the purchase of a lemon vehicle, I mean, that does occasionally happen too. And so we look at what it is. I mean, sometimes this is a very, random course of events, but if indeed there is we think a systemic problem with the type of equipment or the brand that we may have purchased, our fleet team and our managers are always looking at what is the right equipment for the job. And if that one was failing us for a particular reason, we certainly would adjust and make sure we're within budget but buying the right piece of equipment.
Lastly, and then I will leave it be, this equipment, is it my understanding that they go on the website GovDeal? Is that where it's sent off? So we can't guarantee a dollar amount replacement or to recoup, but it's based on the number of bids that come in for each individual piece of equipment, correct?
Through your worship, we have been highly successful reselling through GovDeals. It's an excellent platform that's generated good returns for us.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions and comments? I had just a couple questions on external recoveries. Who are our biggest customers?
Outside of the work we do for our own municipal vehicles and for the fire service, would be South Simcoe Police and Empower and In-Services.
So the original plan to, bring in kind of customers off the street hasn't materialized, and as I understand, it didn't go over too well with local mechanics. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know if I can represent the voice of our community mechanics. I can appreciate that could be construed as conflicting with their business. Our focus has been on providing effective, efficient, and cheaper alternatives to repair and maintenance that sees quality technicians maintaining our fleet and ensuring that it is on the road as much as possible, minimizing downtime and maximizing the life cycle of our fleet. That is what we believe the most prudent thing we can do for our municipal operation.
Thank you. And finally, I would say that with my South Simcoe Police board hat on, I know they're very, very appreciative of having that work done, and they particularly enjoy the discount on the fuel that they get from us. And with my in-services and in-power hat on, I understand prior that they were taking those vehicles out of the municipality to another municipality, and sometimes hours down with drivers away all that time. So I know they also appreciate the efficiency of having quality work done right next door. So thank you for that. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, so that brings us to the end of Nicole Bowman's section and her team. So I want to thank all of the team for being here today. And there's a very long motion which encompasses any amendments that had passed and any final comments, questions, clarification required on any of these items. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Am I correct that the capital projects RDS 390 was defeated? I thought that it was defeated, so I don't believe it should be on the list.
It was defeated, so it's, I was kind of hoping it might slip by. Councilor Richardson was whispering weird.
Thanks, everyone. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a mover and a seconder, please? Councilor Zanella, Councilor Richardson, all those in favor of the motion? That is carried. Thank you. So that takes, since it seems like a natural break here, but I know that lunch isn't arriving until 11:45. So are you ready to go, Mr. Melanishin? Okay. So we'll go with citizen requests and services, page 87.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, to Council. I would be remiss to say if I didn't say best for last, but thank you. I want to thank my team, Audrey Webb and Lisa Beagle and Grant Cowan have also joined today to field any questions that you have. The first service area category, and this is sort of representative of service-based budgeting because we do split, the clerk's role into two parts here, and from a service-based perspective. So the first service-based area is called citizen requests and services. Next slide, please. In this service bundle, it's essentially the clerk's labor, clerk's wages and salaries. They are responsible for the administration of the Municipal Act, including the council meetings, special council meetings like this one, any committee support that's out there. They also arrange and plan for marriage ceremonies for the community and field all the Freedom of Information Act requests that we get. You'll see in sort of the operating budget side, there is a little bit of a bump in the revenue side for marriage licenses. I akin that to people being cooped up for COVID, and there is significant pent-up demand for marriages coming out, so that's why you're seeing that increase. This service bundle also includes budget for the election. In particular, you'll see some changes over last year, and those are because the election isn't occurring in 2023, but they were in 2022. So some changes in expenses. So next slide, please. So from an operating perspective, this budget includes basically the clerk's wages. As I said, there's revenue increases on the marriage side. As well, I think there's some general increases, economic increases, and salary and wage increases, and internal transfers that you can see buried in those figures. The budget pressures that we're incurring, there are going to be more meetings as we get into more. If we have more council meetings, more special council meetings, more planning meetings, that's where the clerks get engaged. But the other interesting aspect of that too is the freedom of information. We are seeing a rise in the freedom of information requests. We are under a bit of pressure for those as well because we have a 30-day time frame to respond to those. So depending on the complexity of that could be a very wide corporate ask if everyone pulls all their documents together, and then the clerk's team has to go through and redact certain things that aren't for public purview. So we're seeing that increasing trend. Right now, though, I would say that we're able to manage within our current staffing levels for the clerk's department. Next slide, Kevin. So just to summarize, we are not recommending any service level changes for the clerk's department at this point in time. And I will open up for any questions on that.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of council? Just one on the FOI requests, Mr. Melanish, and I know some of our colleagues in Simcoe County are under extreme pressure. Typically it'll be, a ratepayers group or whatever that will come in and request several dozen. And then when the work's, so they're supposed to be cost recoverable, but when then the work is done, they don't come in and pick them up. So the work was done and there's no revenue to offset that. Have we seen any or a lot of that here?
Is that akin to like eating at a restaurant and running quickly? Yeah, I don't think we're not afflicted by that. I say to a great degree because I would probably track them down should that have happened. So.
Thank you very much. I see no other questions for the wonderful department, so we can move on to our next one, which is council and committees.
Great, thank you, Mayor Dolan. As you mentioned, the next service bundle is the council and committee services. This is essentially council remuneration, wages and per diem for council, sitting on various committees, and as well as the administrative support for council. The budget book does make reference to election admin. That is incorrect. The election admin sits under, predominantly under the clerk's department, the citizen request service bundle that we had just talked about. Next slide. So overall, again, once this most of the operating budget is the salaries and benefits of council for benefit increases, economic adjustments. There isn't, we've actually done some increases on conferences and seminars, which you'll see under materials and supplies. They were reduced in the 21-22 budget because of COVID. And now that we're seeing we have new council, you're participating more in different conferences, as well as just more conferences are actually opening up to in person. So there's an added expense to that as well, as opposed to everything going virtual. So we have made an allowance in there to increase that line item to be able to accommodate council's requests. So overall, sorry, next slide. We do have a little bit of a capital component built into the 23-24 budget for council, and this is specifically for council directive strategic priorities. And it's called the Council Strategic Initiative Fund, and we put away $25,000 each year for the 4-year term. So it'll build up to about $100,000, allowance for $100,000 spend over the next 4 years of council term, and that's really designed for specific initiatives that council wants to see pursued. And these are fully at your discretion. Staff tracks all these to make sure you guys don't overspend, and these are initiatives that you feel are a priority on your part. So that is a capital line item. So you'll see in 23 and 24, we're starting the accumulation of $25,000 each year for those years. So overall, we're not really recommending so just from a decision point, we're not recommending any changes to staffing level because it's pretty much council wages. So we're not making any recommendations for changes to staffing levels at this point. The only suggested option is if you want to look at the capital reserve. Like, if 25,000 is a reasonable number, that is historically the number that we have used, and it seems like a prudent and reasonable amount that council has actually, past council have actually spent. But that is up to your discretion. We are recommending leaving at the $25,000 per year based on past history. So I open up to any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments for that section of council? I'll give you an example of the council discretionary funds was the lights at Innisfil Beach Park on the trees. That was an example of one of the discretionary funds. Okay, moving right along here. I think you're going to win the award for less questions, Mr. Melanishin.
That's a good thing, Mayor Dolan. Thank you. I'm moving along, page 99 of the budget book, and joined by Ms. Beagle, Supervisor for Customer Service. So please feel free to pepper Ms. Beagle with any questions that you may have as well. So I just wanted a very high-level overview. The customer service, I think sort of speaks for itself. We do have a very unique model, centralized customer service model. This is a unique among municipalities. Typically, municipalities, their customer service involves answering the phone and passing it off to bylaw, permitting, or whatever it might be. Our customer service team is that single point of contact solution. They are the ones answering the calls. They are the ones, in most cases, almost over 80-85% resolving something from our first contact resolution. So we call it the omni-channel approach to customer service delivery. So residents can reach Town Hall in multiple ways. They can walk up to the front counter and see Kim Jennett's face at the front there and have a conversation with her, or Caroline. They can also go for email, phone, live chat. So we call it an omni-channel approach. And that approach even got expanded as we went through COVID, and we shut down Town Hall and came up with many other digital options for residents to connect. So very, really excited about this group. Like they are, you'll see in the next bullet there, we're targeting a trend line downward for inquiry volumes. And that's really twofold, because number one, we put those digital solutions in place with these sort of self-serve options that residents can pursue. But we've also taken that added step for those that actually come into Town Hall. We try and take that take it a step further and educate them and create that digital comfort for them. So it's really helped free up the time of the front-facing customer service staff, so they can refocus and prioritize their work and focus on more critical cases that come along across the customer service desk. So the customer service, like I say, we get responses really quickly. If you look in the budget book, we're targeting less than 5-minute wait time on a call. Last in 2022 is like 2 minutes and 51 seconds, and I challenge anyone to pick up the phone and call their bank or insurance company, see if you get your phone call picked up in less than 5 minutes. So yeah, overall, the customer service does support. They populate with our more system, which is our tracking system for all these inquiries, and they keep it up to date and make sure cases are closed make sure resident actions have been taken on resident inquiries. So overall, from a budgeting perspective, The increases are really driven by salary wage increases. As well, because we're starting to come back into town hall, we have a few expenses related to materials and supplies. So just overall key decisions, we're not recommending anything. We are, existing resources are at capacity. I sort of said that earlier to Councillor Waters' question about, this other list. We did have a list for customer service rep on this other list that we have not presented for council. We are anticipating in growth our community. We are, refocusing on those self-service options to try and, the digital options to make sure we don't have the traffic flow coming into town hall, or people can, seek out the answer to their query on their own to keep staff time much more free. So we did not put it in. To your question, Mayor Dolan, that you ask all the directors, are you able to provide the same level of service without those extra bodies and at your current levels? And yes, we are confident that we can carry on providing for the next 2 years those customer service levels that we are currently achieving. And any questions for myself or Ms. Beagle?
Councillor Constantine.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is, what if someone that English is not their first language call in? How do you handle that?
I'm going to deflect that to Supervisor Customer Service, Ms. Beagle.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Your Worship, if we do have communication barriers such as that, we have a skills inventory through our P&T department where staff who do have that skill, we can tap into those really quickly and make sure that that communication happens effectively.
Thank you. Other questions and comments for customer service? I just wondered, Ms. Beagle, if you could give a lesson to Rogers and Bell about wait times on hold. Seeing none, and with that, lunch has arrived. So it's now 11:48. Are we ready to take a break? I'm seeing some nods. So Councillor Ices will be back here. The plan was to have a half hour. So we'll be back here at 20 after 12, if that works for everyone. Okay, great. Motion to recess. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fowler. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, so we're sorry we're a couple minutes late, but I'll ask now if there can be a motion to resume our special council meeting at 12:24 p.m. Moved by Councillor Ices and seconded by Councillor Zanella. All those in favor? That is carried. And that brings us to corporate finance and Mr. Melanishin.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate finance. So this corporate finance portfolio essentially, is the area that accumulates all the revenues coming into the organization, sort of corporately, as well as those sort of corporate-wide expenditures that, aren't necessarily department-specific, or at the time of budget creation, we don't know specifically how to allocate them out to the departments. So this is, consists of the revenues coming in, property taxation. We also, have supplemental taxes, property or penalties and interest on those taxes if they're late payers. We have bank and investment income, predominantly driven by our reserve funds. Dividends, we'll get into that a little bit later. The building reserves. So we're building our reserves for capital projects through the capital levy, and I'll talk about that in a little bit more, as well as sort of wage contingencies, those impactful wages and salaries that we just don't know specifically what they're going to be, and we're minimizing our ability to allocate those directly to departments. So we accumulate that at the corporate level. So just from an operating budget overview, there have been some significant changes, some pluses and some minuses. I would say more minuses than pluses. That being said, significant changes to the operating budget. We are predicting going forward an increase. As you know, interest rates, even as of yesterday, have gone up even higher. So we get that is a trickle-down effect to us. We get more interest in investment income on our reserves. The next point here is dividends. This would be dividends from our municipal partners, specifically InPower. InPower has last year paid us a dividend of $200,000. That would be the first dividend since 2014. We are anticipating we have actually budgeted for a very similar amount of $200,000 for that dividend as well. That is a direct reduction or application to the tax levies. So we have budgeted for a $200,000 dividend from the InPower utility. We have a line there for contingency, wage contingency. So that is what we call gapping dollars. That is corporately, as we have vacant positions open up, we essentially have a savings, a savings that, we aren't going to fill that position for a month or so. It's going to take us a few months to fill it. And then so we have a little bit of budgetary savings. So corporately, we budget for that. We try and estimate that. Very challenging exercise because we don't know when, if people are going to leave. Market conditions could exacerbate that or make it better. We're not too sure at this point in time. So it is really a really good estimate, I'll call it. We are in the process of job reevaluation, so that would be incorporated in this. We don't know the impact at a department level of any job reevaluations. And the other big category in here is the 1% tax levy, capital levy, sorry. In 2001, we had, through COVID, Council approved a 0% capital levy. We had put it on hold. We paused it for that year, and in 2022, we reinstated it with a 0.5 increase to the capital levy. We are proposing as staff, because of the importance of this capital levy and to build our capital reserves, we are asking Council to increase that back up to the 1% tax levy 1% capital levy, which was a pre-COVID number. Absolutely imperative, and we'll get into that in a few more slides. We do have some budget risks, the wage gapping, the vacant positions. We have a substantial number built into the budget for that. It is, as I said, it is an estimate. We are in the job reevaluation process with our consultants. We don't know where that is exactly going to land. We have some guesstimates, and we're always at the mercy of our revenue targets. What is going to happen with interest rates? What are going to happen, with the different interest rates or different penalties and interest. We don't know it necessarily. So those are the pressures. So from a key decision point of view, I really want to highlight, Kevin, next slide, yeah. I just want to highlight the impact of the capital levy. I think this is an important slide to take in. Typically, based on our financial statements at year end of 2021, we had amortization of almost over $13 million. So that is the depletion of the assets that we need to replace. Those are at the original cost. So those are the costs that we originally bought those assets. Then we depreciate them over X amount of years, depending on the type of asset. So we have an annual amortization cost. But we need to factor in that we have to replace those. They're getting the wear and tear and eventually need to be replaced or repaired. So we built up the capital levy. So that table there, as you can see, is the capital levy reserves being built up, or the capital levy that we're collecting each year is building. So we've been able to add 1% for a few years based on council direction. We slowed it down for 2021, 2022. So we're up to 2024. We're still not meeting the annual requirements to cover off that depreciation expense and save for it. So that's why the importance of the 1%. We anticipate by 25, 26, we will be able to cover off the annual amortization and replacement and repair. But we have this other little problem. The other problem on the next slide, Kevin, is that's just managing the year to year going forward. We have this historical gap. Municipalities weren't required to reserve funds. I think it started in, correct me if I'm wrong, 2010-ish, somewhere, that they had to start this actually 2009, 2010, where they had to start planning for replacement and renewal of assets. Because it was never done in the municipal world. The private sector does a really good job at this. They manage their assets, but it was never done. So the provincial government came along and said, we need to make sure that municipalities are putting money aside for infrastructure and replacing old infrastructure. So if you can see in this table, we have about $177 million worth of amortization that's accumulated as of our financial statements at 2021. Our reserve balance are just sitting over 38,000, almost 39,000. So we have an infrastructure gap of about $138 million that we need to close. And that's a slightly lower number because that is all based on original cost. And those costs, are increasing over the years. So these are original cost figure when we first bought that asset 20 years ago. So it's even a more inflated number. So I just want to impress on you the importance of that 1% capital levy that we need. We think right now it's a prudent number. We think it's a reasonable number, a responsible number. But to close that gap, we're estimating 2032, 33 before we can close that $138 million gap. So I just want to impress on you the importance of that. So from a key decision perspective, one other comment about that reserve is to build up that reserve is not just for that as well, but we use these capital levies for, things that are changing. Legislation, Bill 23. Like we could be losing significant development charges, and we need those reserves to be able to offset the loss of development charges that could be impacted by Bill 23. So once again, the importance of the capital levy. Next slide, Kevin. So overall, there really is, from a corporate finance, there's not a real decision. I guess if council would like to, perhaps discuss whether the merits of the 1%, but I'm hoping that this is the staff recommendation of a 1%, a restoration of the 1% from pre-COVID times. But other than that, that's it for the corporate finance area.
Thank you, Mr. Melanishin. Questions, comments from members of council? Councillor Waters.
Just a point of clarification. When you just mentioned Bill 23, I would just assume that if we stop getting DCs, that we would just have to increase taxes in order to cover that. We wouldn't be using this money here to cover that type of revenue loss?
Through your worship, great question, Councillor Waters. Bill 23, we don't know the impacts. I think February 8th council meeting, we're talking about planning has a staff report coming to talk about Bill 23, and we don't quite know the impacts of it. The magnitude is going to be significant. Some other municipalities have put figures out there. I think New Tech put out about a $19 million impact. Wichita-Stouffville came out with about a $50 million impact. That is not something we would want to share or apply to the tax levy. We just couldn't do it. So we need to start building up, we will be tapping into some of our capital reserves to offset those losses in development charges. Yeah.
Other questions or comments? I think the 1% capital levy, we were one of the first ones to do it. And now I think most municipalities are doing it, or a lot of municipalities are doing it. So it proved to be popular. And I would also suggest, though, that that $138 million gap, again, there is not a municipality in Ontario that doesn't have a significant gap. Like, we're not alone there. We're in the same position as everybody else. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Jershaw will probably be able to know this better than me, but there was at one time going to be legislation to say that that gap had to be closed by a certain date, and then that was taken off the table because they realized that it was just not, that municipalities weren't able to do it. Am I getting that right or wrong, Mr. Jershaw?
Yeah, I'm not. I personally, I haven't heard that, Mayor Dolan, but I have. We do know that the province has come out with mandated through OREG 58817, which is the asset management plans, that they are requiring us to have long-term financial plans in place by 2025. And last year we had to have those plans, not the financial portion of it, but the understanding, the inventory of all our assets and what needs to be replaced and renewed. What's the current market value, current replacement value of those assets? That was mandated by the province, so they are forcing the issue. And come 2025, we have to have that long-term plan in place that's going to that last slide, to show that we are going to have those reserves established, achieved, to some degree by 2032 or 33.
Thank you. Well, I think that was ancient history. It was back when they first did the IGAP review and Minister Kaplan was Minister of Infrastructure. But anyway, I digress. So any other questions for Mr. Melanishin? Seeing none, we'll move on then to corporate legal advice and support.
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to the council. So legal and corporate support, this is essentially a legal department. They manage all legal inquiries, everything from real estate management, litigation risk, insurance, negotiations with insurance providers, dealing with residents' disputes. So they handle the entire portfolio of legal questions across the organization. They are the support for all town departments, in addition to being support for municipal partners such as the library and in services. So they have a broad scope. Thank you to council in the previous council in January, we were able to add one legal counselor on staff, one town solicitor to the staff complement. So we have, 3 at this point in time. We have lost one, so we are out in active recruitment for that 3rd position. So, but they are extremely busy. And just from a budget overview perspective, there's we call this a cleaning up year a little bit. We're basing some of our line items on historical trends. So we've had a reduction in our external recoveries. We also have been hit very significantly by the insurance market. That doesn't just hit this department, but it hits all departments across the organization. Our insurance premiums went up just under $400,000 for 2023 alone. That is quite impactful. That is almost a 0.5% hit to the blended tax rate. So that's part of the reason we've come in with such an aggressive budget. One of the main players in the budget for the dramatic approach we've taken to this budget. So overall, with this department, there is no. Next slide, Kevin, if you don't mind. In this department, there is no recommendation for service level changes. We are going to manage. We are going to be hiring our 3rd lawyer hopefully soon. And the advantage of having the lawyers on board is that we don't have to pay external legal costs, which are significantly higher than in-house. That being said, we do balance our external legal costs because there is the notion that we can't have all the expertise in-house on every aspect, whether it's real estate legislation or human resources questions. We sometimes do best practices and we do outsource our external consulting for legal. That being said, any questions?
Questions on legal services? Comments on legal services? Seeing none, your record continues, Mr. Melanishin.
You guys are being awesome. Well, this is great. Financial management, page 158 of the budget book. This is the I call it the base financial services that we're providing to the organization. The general accounting, the accounts receivable, the accounts payable, procurement, managing the taxation, all the reporting, the budgeting. This entire document was created by, Ms. Webb and the team of financial analysts and Kathleen McDonald, supervisor of operating budgets, sitting behind me here. She's still here? Yes, she is still here. I thought she took off on me already. So this is where this resides. These functions, these services reside. We manage the investments through this portfolio, all our reserve. We have extensive reserve and reserve funds, and how we manage them, how we invest them. We are the business partners for all the departments. The financial analysts will engage directly with each department and become a team member of each respective department to understand the needs of each division and help craft and strategize for their operating budgets for the upcoming years. Overall, we're here. Our mandate is to create financial stability for the town. We do have significant pressures. Growth pressures. Innisfil is a growth community. We have significant pressures, as you can imagine. As we have more property owners, we have more bills, we have more transactions, we have more accounts to open, more accounts to manage, more tax arrears to follow up on for those that choose not to pay their taxes on a timely basis. As well, the external facing departments, they require more external support. The expectation is that, we can provide data on a real-time basis at a push of a button. So and we're going to start getting into that later on, from a systems capabilities point of view. But we are under significant pressure, and I would say also managing the changing legislation. We have significant changes, Bill 109, Bill 23, and it takes a lot of effort to figure out what's going on there and how we can internally manage the fiscal health of the organization. So overall, the operating budget for financial management is predominantly wages and benefits driven. It is the largest component. The things that are built in there are, the COLA, step increases, the typical things that you see in any organization. But our service delivery is dependent on our staff resources. Once again, thanks to the prior council, in January of last year, we did get one additional support staff for the finance team. Once again, we are in a challenging market, and we still are in a position of people coming and going, and we are still not quite yet a full complement, but we are managing. So overall, yeah, this is a salaries and budget. We have aligned our revenue line items to historical trends. So we're seeing a bit of changes in the revenue line. But overall, from a service level, the key decision there, Kevin, if you don't mind, there really is staff are not recommending any changes to service levels at this point in time. I will make note, and I'm just going to bring it up here briefly because it'll be in my next part of my presentation when we get into IT. We are looking to council's support for a financial software. We call it an ERP system, an enterprise resource planning system, a massive integrated system across the organization, and I will delve into it a little bit more. It's called IT 149. It is a huge capital project with a 2 to 3 year planning time horizon. So I won't ask council to weigh on that. I just want to bring it to your attention now, and we'll get into it in the IT section. That being said, any questions?
Questions or comments on this section? I had one, if I could, Mr. Melanishin, that was your note 5. I wonder if you could just elaborate on that a bit. Removal of contract dollars related to grant writer position partially offset by an increase in audit fees. That was on page 161.
Okay. Sorry, yeah. It's all coming back to me now. Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Great question. We did move the grant writer out of finance. We are funding that position because a lot of the work that the grant writer does is pursuing grants related to capital projects. So we've moved that position into the capital building reserves. And the comment there is offset because we had to renegotiate our audit fees this year. We had came up to our, I think, 5 years. Every 5 years, we renew our auditing consultants. And so that ticket item for audits went up. So that's why it's offsetting that. That make sense?
Thank you. I'm seeing no other hands, so I guess we can move on to IT.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Information technology, I am joined by Manager of IT and Support, Grant Cowan, so please feel free to direct any and all of your questions to him instead of me. I can't speak enough about IT. I think the council has experienced the IT department in your first few months and the support that you've been given to get you all running with those beautiful laptops in front of you to be able to go into a virtual world. This department is integral to the organization. They set up the computing environment. Not only that, by the hardware and software and managing all the systems that we have, whether it's finance or P&T or permitting, they are involved in pretty much every single project this organization touches their fingers on. Everything has a digital component to it, and that's where IT comes in. So it's not just getting you your laptop and your cell phone, but there's so much more going behind the scenes. And as similar as what I said with the finance team, the IT team integrates themselves into the respective departments of each of the organizations so they can become a true business partner, understand the needs and the requirements to give solid IT advice to each department. So they are true business partners moving forward. The other huge initiative, and council is very well aware of this, is the cybersecurity. It is absolutely integral that the IT department manage these assets, these resources of the town, so that they were not hit by cyber attacks. I've heard this statement, a cyber attack is inevitable. It's just how you respond to it. So I would have to say, I hope it's not inevitable. I hope that's not a true statement, but I can confidently say that the IT team is well prepared for a cyber attack and has taken all steps to mitigate that as best as possible. And should it happen, we are in a position to recover from it as quickly as possible. So that is an absolutely huge component of the work that the IT team does. So, beyond hardware, software, they just do general housekeeping work, upgrades, and we'll get into that a little bit when we get to the capital projects. But there's always new impacts coming along, new initiatives coming along that they have to stay abreast of. The housekeeping work is actually really, really important because all upgrades, updates come to, when you update, you're about to go into a meeting and Windows decides to update for you because you can't get into your meeting because you got to wait till it reboots. But those are the kind of updates that the IT team does, and they're critical because those updates include components of cybersecurity management as well. So the bigger players put out patches and upgrades that council can definitely, that staff incorporate so that we minimize our risk of cyber attacks. I want to point out as well, some of the back office work, they have geographical information support. We map all our assets, our linear assets from our street signs, our stop signs, our light posts, everything is mapped through the IT department and is a huge resource for planning, for in-services, in power, and it's a huge effort. They also support some of the digital initiatives going on, as I mentioned, customer service, moving to the omni-channel approach. Residents are able to, connect online, email, live chats. That is all supported by the IT department. And I only want to make one point here of the value of this team. On the COVID pandemic, on March 13th, 15th, we had everyone working from home in 3 days' time. And it's the support of the IT team. So quite a feat. Very proud of this team. So as we move along to the budget considerations, we do have some increases in that area. We're taking on some capital projects that do have an operating component to it. I think the biggest shift that they're seeing in the IT budget is this transition, and this is the larger players in the software industry, the Microsofts and of the world. They're shifting from a one-time fee to an annualized subscription fee. So we used to be able to, buy a piece of software and let it run for 4 years until it didn't have the updates and they stopped, and then we'd buy it again. Now they got smart. The software companies got smart or stupid, depending on your perspective, is now they charge on a monthly basis, right, for that licensing. So we've shifted from a one-time fee basis to a subscription or licensing model, which is much, much more expensive from a user's perspective. So that's why you're seeing some significant annual costs, especially in the software, as we adopt different types of software. Next slide, Kevin. So from a capital budgeting perspective, we just highlighted a few here. The details are in the capital's budget book binder. Basic ones are, just getting the hardware in place and servers and making sure we're keeping to date on those. We are proposing a new records management system. We currently have a system called M-Files. It is out of date, is not the most user-friendly. It doesn't allow for collaboration. Only one editor can be in there, each document at a time. The trend is moving towards cloud reporting, cloud storage that facilitates remote work much better. We have to have secure lines set up to get into the M-Files here on the servers here at town. So there's a whole records management proposal coming up for the IT department as well. The other large project, and I think you saw it in the capital book, is the ERP replacement. As I mentioned under finance, it's called the Enterprise Resource Planning Tool for finances. And it's not even a finance thing. I think it crosses a lot of departments within the organization that will use this comprehensive integrated system. This system, our current system is called Great Plains. This system came in 20 years ago, in 2003. I have to say that our IT team has kept it chugging along. They've done great jobs. Great Plains puts out, updates, so we've managed to use it consistently going forward. There is a prescribed end of life that Microsoft has come out with. They are saying 2028, they're no longer supporting it. Is that a firm date? They say it is. We've seen in the past that they change that, they add to it, but we do have other component parts that add on to this our financial systems. One is Central Square. Central Square is one of these vendors that most municipalities deal with, and most municipalities never want to deal with again from a support perspective too. So that's why we are looking at the holistic system, enterprise system to move us forward into the 21st century. Are we still in the 21st century? Yeah. Moving us forward in the 21st to bring up to our technology. And I think it'll drive a lot of efficiencies going forward as well. We do have it in the capital budget. We're going to start with a review at this in 2024. The main dollars will come in 25 and post years. We are presenting it now for council's consideration because we know that there's a good 2 to 3 year planning cycle from review, consultation, and implementation, tweaking, and so from start to finish, we could be up to 3 years. So that doesn't give us a lot of time if 2028 is a firm date, but that being said, we do have some wiggle room in that time frame. Next slide, please. So my opportunity to grovel, and I see that council still is awake and will entertain my request for a change request. We've put this one forward, the IT data analyst, and I just want to sort of give you some statistics, reason why this came forward, this position came forward. Many leading private sector organizations are making the digital transformations. And if you look at the analysis of those corporations, those market leaders in staying on top and being leading edge typically run 7% of their total expenditures are IT driven. That's the support that they put in. Organizations, that just treat technology more traditionally are sitting at 3.5%. So digital transformation isn't quite on, but they need to keep the engine running. They need the computer, the software, the hardware, typically at 3.5%. Currently, our spend on capital budgeting on technology is 1.75%, and we only account for about 2.75% of our total budget is dedicated to IT. Our consultants, the Perry Group, came out in 2020. They came out with a strategic plan for us. They have suggested that at this point we should actually have 3 more staff on board that we haven't fulfilled yet. We are managing. So we're asking for this IT analyst, which is essentially a programmer, and to help us with our data management. We currently have 1 programmer on site. 1 programmer on site. We need that added support. This role would be a data analyst, but has the programming skills that could support our current programmer. I can't emphasize the importance of the management of data. We have our own in-house system called MORE, the Municipal Operating and Reporting System, created by our 1 programmer 10 years ago. It has vast, vast amounts of data in there. Data is the new oil, as they say. We are not capitalizing on that data. Council, on Wednesday, talked about Uber. There's a ton of data coming out of Uber to inform our transportation transit master plans. We're going to use that data. We need that person to analyze that data. We talk about innovation and understanding. I always take the perspective personally. I have this mantra that it's insightful Innisfil, using data to create insight on what our residents' wants and needs are, and using whatever databases, whatever tools we can out there to get a really good insight on the needs and wants of our residents, and using that data to create better, faster, smarter services for our residents. So I respectfully ask the council consider this. This I consider is not the dessert. To me, this is the meat and potatoes of our services, to support our services, to support our organizations. This is not the whipping cream on top. This is a mandatory, really necessary full-time equivalent staffing person, because we want to make data-driven decisions, grounded in fact. And this tool will still, this position will definitely help. So I finished. I feel like I've just given like a Shakespearean soliloquy, but yes, thank you for considering that, and I open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Melanishin. Questions or comments from members of council? Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Your Worship. Two questions, primarily about the IT 150. Are we talking the platform? Is it going to be all departments for the $250,000? Like it's like a blanket program that covers and it reaches out to touch base with every department?
Sorry, through your worship to Deputy Mayor. Yes, this is the records management. This is the records management one. It's going to replace our current M-Files system, which is the one that is the entire organization uses. It tracks all our staff reports, every correspondence. We upload emails. Everything is in that database. It's used across the entire organization, not department specific.
So it will be able to enhance the communications between departments and the documentation, making it more efficient.
100%. As I said, it helps for data collaboration. As I said, right now, when you have in M-Files, when you have a document open to edit, only one person can edit it. And when you walk away for the evening and forgot to check it in, you can't do any work. So it's a very frustrating situation, but that's just one aspect of it. But it is to be able to create some better securities as well. We can go out in some of the cloud stores so people can work from home without having better access to it. Overall, it's just general better access by all departments across the entire organization.
Thank you. And the other one is the IT 151, the arena live streaming. This may be a bit of a silly question to ask, but has anyone contacted our new hockey team and see if we can get some coverage up that way, get them to be involved and help sponsor perhaps with the arena? I mean, promoting the Spartans seems like a good idea if we can use it through YouTube and actually create maybe a source of income in the process.
I can answer that one for you, actually, Deputy Mayor. The Spartans do not live stream their games because they don't want it to interfere with ticket sales. They want people to come out and watch the game in person. So, other questions and comments? Councillor Draj.
Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, can this project be funded through ARS? Like, does it have to, can we use alternative resources to pay for this budget?
Mr. Melanishin?
It is. Thank you, to you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Dodge. Yes, it is an option to use that one. It's coming out of reserve money regardless. So whether it came out of ARS or the building reserves, eventually, we can try and keep those reserve balances up, but it is not a significant one. It is not hitting. This isn't hitting the tax levy anyways. So which reserve we pull it from, we have latitude to change that around. But.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I just know that ARS is limited to what we can spend that on. So if there's a possibility to use it here, maybe it's a...
We'll explore that. We can bring that up when we do final presentation of the budget. Sorry, Your Worship, if I could just make one final comment on the IT data analyst. That position was not anticipated until 2024. We're going to hold off for a bit, and we're going to start it in 2024.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. With the IT 151 arena live stream, if I remember correctly from when I read the description, the equipment that we currently have now is only 2 years old, and they were talking about poor resolution. That seems to be hard to believe on equipment that's only 2 years old. So my question is, why do we need to upgrade it if it's only 2 years old?
I'll pass that out to Mr. Cowan. There's a great reason why.
Through you, Mayor Dolan, the equipment that was put in there was a grant that we got that helped buy the cameras, but for the other pieces in there, such as the computers and the software for streaming, was either computers that we had sitting around that weren't in use, so they were older machines, or it was open source streaming software. So that's limiting some of the resolution on it. We're also, is having a limited budget to do that, we didn't always maybe have the best camera placement. So it's affecting some of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could add, just remembering at the time we were doing it like overnight, we had needed it up and running because COVID was happening and people weren't allowed to go in the arenas. And then one bright note on when we did start live streaming the kids, I got a note from grandparents in the East Coast saying it was the first time they'd ever got to see their grandchild skate, and they could sit at home in the East Coast and watch their grandchildren's hockey game. So that was kind of an added bonus. Other questions or comments? Councillor Constantine.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is about the data analyst. By having that data analyst, would it help the communication more with the residents of Innisfil and also the voter? Because, we always have a voter is very low. So would that help in any way?
Through your worship to Councillor Constantine, really good question. I think the communications would fall, I think, predominantly under the communications budget. But that being said, the intent of that data analyst role is really to understand what those type of residents' wants and needs, so that we can, provide the right services, provide the right communication method. Are we reaching those people? And I think that as we get more data, and we are moving towards, and I don't call it smart city, I move it towards an intelligent city or insightful Innisfil. And so we are getting that better understanding of what those residents are asking and saying. There's ways of subtly extracting that information out and having a really good handle on those types of residents coming into our community. And then we can take that information and inform the communications department to say, hey, this is what this resident's actually saying, right? Getting better insight onto them. So I think there is a definite tie to that. Direct on communications, no, but definitely an opportunity to inform the communications portfolio.
Other questions or comments? Is there any opportunity to partner with DMZ to provide that data analyst service?
Through your worship, the DMZ Accelerator participants are essentially starting their own business. And the good exercise, interesting exercise we did a couple years ago, and right in the beginning of the COVID pandemic, was the hackathon. And we had a grand prize ready for it, $10,000 prize for the winners. And the hackathon was really interesting because it was participants creating municipal technology tools, and participants from teams across Canada participated in this. And your worship, you recall we had three winners. We picked 3 top winners. And I would say we're successful on one of those, right? I think for the most part. They were interesting exercises. Keep in mind that the dedication will not be necessarily to the town. They are small startups trying to start their own business. Yes, we can outsource it. We could hire consultants to do this analytics work, which is essentially what we could do partnering with. They're going to want to be paid for their work. So essentially it's consulting. We could do that. We have a little portion built into the 2023 to try and cover some consulting fees and take the full position into 2024. But I still think that it won't give the attention that it really needs in our capabilities of a part-time person coming in and trying to analyze and glean insight off our data.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
I think he's right. I think the data that we have is sitting there, and as every IT company looks at data, they're always mining it in terms of what type of information they get. I think it might be a good investment from the town of Innisfil to hire this person, see there could be revenue opportunities that we're not seeing in terms of clarification, in terms of where we go that we're not seeing. So I think it might be a good investment from the town's point of view in that data that we've been collecting. And like I said, we do have a really good IT department. They've done a wonderful job. I think, that this person could really help them glean some information that would be important for us in terms of the types of decisions we make in the future. So I would have an amendment where we put that on the table for us to consider.
In 2024?
That's correct.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Constantine? Mr. Melanishin?
If I could follow up with Councillor Waters, Your Worship, that is a really interesting, because it's really all about the research and the data and having this data accessible. It's not just for our internal use. I partner with different organizations. Like I partner with an organization called Innovate Cities that creates anonymized data sources and databases that can be shared with other municipalities. So I'm driving, under the innovation portfolio, I'm trying to drive an open data strategy. And a lot of municipalities do this. They put all their data available for anyone to tap into. Fully anonymized, residents' rights are privacy rights are respected, but anyone can go into those databases and pull databases from in different municipalities, merge them to come up and do research on really innovative research on what different services can be provided for residents. So the ultimate goal is to use this data, create an open data strategy, have it publicly available, and people do it for free. Hackers go in there for free and create all sorts of research, and so there is a huge opportunity for that. And I just want to reinforce that, and just that partnerships that we have going. One with University of Toronto, we partner with their Urban Data Center, which is really encouraging a common data strategy across all municipalities. So we're joining a consortium shortly that's pushing that agenda as well. So this position will definitely support that.
Thank you. Questions and comments on the amendment that's on the floor? Seeing none, we'll do the vote on the amendment, please. All those in favor? Those opposed? One opposed, that carries. Thank you. And the motion as amended, and this is the whole motion that covers all of the corporate service and innovation presentation, right from the citizen request to the IT. We'll just give clerks a moment. Thank you. Mover and a seconder for the motion on the floor, please. Councillor Drodge, Councillor Zanella. All those in favor? And that's carried. Well, Council, we're at a spot in our agenda where we have covered all of the service areas brought forward. So now comes the hard work. We need to give staff, it's 1:08, so let's go to 1:15 to give them a break. So we'll take to 1:15, we'll take a break and come back, and staff will have some numbers for us based on our discussion so far. So a motion to recess. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Zanella, all those in favor? That's carried. We'll see you back here at 1:15.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So the next part of the agenda is intended for council to deliberate on everything that you've heard today and on Wednesday. And I want, just on behalf of staff, to thank you for your attention to the presentations, for your questions, for your motions. It's been very helpful. I think the opportunity now is a chance for you to kind of zoom out and look at the entire landscape. We've obviously been going business area by business area with our presentations. I think the hope now, from our perspective, is to really hear your thoughts on the whole picture. We will have in a moment a table on the screen that summarizes the net financial impact of the motions from today and Wednesday, so you can see what that looks like. I guess I'd like to remind council that the intention was not for the budget to be approved today. This was intended, like Wednesday, as a deliberation day. The intention is to come back with a proposed final budget for approval in February. But what I guess I would say and would request of council is that it's very difficult to do budgeting on the fly, and very difficult to add and take away and, think those decisions through on the fly. And so what I would recommend is, if you have thoughts on the cumulative picture that we're going to talk about today, to please let us know today, so that we can take that away and incorporate that into the proposed final budget that we'll bring back for approval in February. Having said that, obviously the discussion's not over. This will be back on the council table. There will be that opportunity for further dialogue, but I just wanted to share that perspective. I'm just looking at our clerks. We're ready to go? Okay, so we'll put the table up on the screen. So each row of this table reflects one of the motions that council approved either today or Wednesday. And what you will see is the two columns showing the 2023 and 2024, actual financial impacts. I see shaking of heads. Maybe I'll pause. Sorry, there'll be a revised one in a moment. Stay on the edge of your seats.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gershaw. And while the fine-tuning is going on that, and really understand that how complicated it is to put all that together in such a short time. So our job here today isn't over. We need to share our thoughts with where we are. And then, as I said at the very beginning Wednesday morning, if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. So it's our time to make it clear, where our priorities are, and to give direction to staff. What isn't fair is to say, get it down to 3% and not give any direction on where to go or how to get there. We need to be very specific, and it needs to be through motion, any changes. So that you'd like to see, and to be fair to staff too, that we make that known today. I know it's, you're going to be wanting to hear from your constituents, who are also going to have, a conversation and suggestions as well. But I guess what I'm saying is, I'd like to understand before it comes back. This is a chance to have your first thoughts and comments on what you're seeing, and if you think there's something that's missing, if you think that there's something in there that shouldn't be in there, now is the time to have that conversation. Mr. Gershaw?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So now we have the correct table up on the screen. So just going across the columns from left to right. So left-hand column are obviously the projects or positions. Second column, the responsible department. The next two highlighted columns, the actual financial impact from a 2023 or 2024 operating budget perspective. And then the final two columns, the impact on the blended rate in those two respective years. So effectively, if you go to the third line from the bottom on the right-hand columns, you will see the net additions from the motions on Wednesday and today, and then the highlighted yellow row at the bottom shows what the ultimate cumulative blended tax rate increase would be in those 2 years. Again, so that's based on the motions from Wednesday and from today. So council may be satisfied with what you see, and as Mayor Dolan just said, if you are not satisfied, specific feedback would be very welcome. Thank you.
So I'm going to start. Maybe they'll get the ball rolling. So I'm looking at the pavement markings and looking at ops and wondering, is that required to be all done in 2023, or is it would there be the opportunity to move it all to 2024 or split it between 23 and 24 to lessen the impact?
Thank you, Your Worship. So to answer your question, to split it would mean we would have paint markings fade and spend a year without markings on the ground. In order to continue to have markings, we would need to paint in 2023, but council has the option of choosing a hybrid of durable and non-durable paint, which could decrease this cost.
So the price that's there now is the durable paint, and if we use the non-durable paint, it would have to be painted every year, and if we use the durable paint, it lasts for 3 years. Can you remind me? I'm sorry. Can you remind me what the non-durable paint price was?
So, Your Worship, there were 3 sets of markings: the crosswalks, the dragon teeth, and the pride crosswalk. If council would like to exercise a different option, we can provide the non-durable paint on the puzzle pieces and the dragon's teeth, which would then need to be painted each year. I'd still recommend durable on the pride crosswalk, given what we've seen with how it deteriorates, and we could reduce that price. So we believe that that number would be around $53,000.
Anyone else have any questions? Councillor Drodge?
Through you, Your Worship, it's more of a comment. I think you guys did a fantastic job on coming in at 493, and to only be 1% higher in 2023 with all of these things being added into it, I really don't think that's an unrealistic number. I know I'm going to get some rebuttal to this, but you know, it's very difficult to take a lot of the things. I think we picked the right things to keep in. Yeah, to pull anything out, I just think would be a mistake. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking at the percent increase here, and I'm seeing that 40% of that falls under the slurry seal and gravel resurfacing. Is there a way we can reduce that cost? I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult here. I understand that the roads are necessitative, but at this point, to bump it up a full percent and have 40% of that 1% for 2 specific items, I'm trying to resolve it, and I'm just wondering if there's something we can do to mitigate the cost.
Ms. Bowman?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, so I'll speak to gravel resurfacing. Should council wish to invest less in this, we can drop that number. So there's a threshold, probably around 106, where we can still do meaningful work. A drop below that doesn't allow us to bring in the right amounts of material. So that would still be less than what we usually do, but let's call it within tolerance to keep our service levels where they need to be.
In that situation, I think it, like, even down to 106, that's like 0.1%. That's something I think that we should look into and investigate at least.
Councillor Drodge?
Through Your Worship, so I know that specifically in Ward 7, it's an ongoing issue to keep those gravel roads in good condition. Would that 106 still maintain that level, or will they sacrifice or suffer? Thanks.
Through Your Worship, I can see Brian's typing me messages right now. And I think what he's going to tell me is that he's going to be fine this year, but part of what we maintain with our gravel supply is a small amount within the yard that is available when we have a rainstorm and a washout and we need to go out with material. Bringing down that threshold just means that we don't keep that balance at our disposal for when we need to go out and quickly fix things. But I suppose to answer your question directly, I think we could be okay. We're just not in our most comfortable position to be ready with material.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
And again, the slurry seal, I'm with that, that's like 1/5 of the 1% increase. How will this play into, like, we're getting the 6th line done, we're getting the 7th line done, we're getting 25th Side Road done, we're getting Innisfil Beach Road done. Is there a way we can mitigate, like, with that percentage, is there, like, I know it's penny wise, pound foolish, as the mayor said, but I'm thinking, like, at this point in time, people are struggling right now, and I'm looking to save them every cent I can. And then, like, when you say that we've already given them almost a 5% tax increase blended, and then we're going to bump it up by another percent, is there anything we can do with the slurry? I'm just putting it out there. Is there a way we can do something with that at all?
Councillor Waters?
I think you had a question first, didn't you?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Councillor Constantine.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say, you know, sometimes when you try to cut corners with things, it end up costing you way more over the long run. You know, you don't just look at today, but look over the long run. Suppose if you use the right material, that might end up serving you for 3 years. You use the cheap material, it end up costing you for a month, 2 months, or say a year. You know, so I believe in just doing the right thing at the right time.
Councillor Waters?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question in terms of what does this mean in terms of actual dollars between that 1% in terms of the dollars for residents to pay on their taxes? So are we looking at, is it $20 a year, $100 a year additional tax for that additional 1% that we're talking about?
Through your worship, yeah, we're just doing the calculation right now just to show the household impact.
Oh, sorry. I don't have the 1%, so it's probably in that range. I just haven't adjusted.
Take your time.
$20. Exactly. I was trying to see the increase here, but I haven't adjusted the
Roughly.
capital levy. Yeah, so it's like roughly that, right?
Roughly 266. 1% is roughly the 1%, or is that the total? That's the total.
That's the total.
Increase for the year, but just the 1%. That's the total of the 5.94%.
Just while the finance staff are conferring, I think Table 7 in the budget materials is where we summarize the impact on households on a dollar basis. So that might be the one place to just start looking at.
What page was that, Mr. Jershell?
Page 16 in the budget book.
Oh, 16. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, through your worship to Councillor Water. Yeah, we do have a number in the budget book roughly, but with this added on, it went from 224, I think, to roughly $266. Like, these are on the fly numbers, so don't, the total increase right now would be about $266 roughly with the 5.93% increase.
So that,
Sorry? Sorry, incremental of $40.
$42.
$42, somewhere there.
So my guess, my point is that it's $40 additional, which is not a huge amount of money when you look at what we're getting for it. And like I says, I think I understand Deputy Mayor's point in terms of trying to find every single, but But that, the slurry seal, the gravel affects the rural part of Innisfil. That's hitting, a certain part of Innisfil more than another point of Innisfil. And I don't think that's fair, us sitting in Alcona, to be able to say that the rural part has to sacrifice safety and reliability of their transportation system. So I think for $40 a year, I think it's, I'm willing to take the slings and arrows over $40 a year. You can direct them all my way, Ken.
Yeah, and I guess another comment I would have would be, did we hear back from the library about the prioritization of the 3 positions?
Through your worship, I believe Chair Smith was in a press conference, was trying to get here for the conversation, but my understanding is that they were hoping that council would accept all those positions in totality without any modification.
Thank you. And so, again, it comes down to, nobody loves our library more than I do, but nobody in this budget got more than 1 position, if I'm right, added. And to say we can afford 3 librarians, but we can't afford to put gravel on our roads, would not go over well with a portion of our residents, for sure. But I'm going to tell you, if we go out there with a 5.93% increase on our budget, you better get ready for your phone to ring, because that is a significantly high number. From what I've been seeing around, just watching the newspapers, it is a high number. I'm not going to, but at the same time, we've got to provide, in my opinion, at least the level of service that we've provided in the past, we have to provide this next year. And many of the things that we added, like the fireboat operation, I don't know how we could do that, how we could take that boat offline. Things like ditching, things like gravel resurfacing, shoulder maintenance, like those are just things that municipalities do. And in my opinion, we'd be irresponsible not to do them. But be prepared that if we do go forward with this number, your phones will be ringing. And mine will too. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. I wanted to maybe follow up on your comment about the library. Looking at all of these changes, to me, that's the only spot where I can be comfortable saying, is there, a step down from the full ask that we can maybe help stomach the potential property tax increase. And it's unfortunate that Chair Smith isn't here to comment on that, but can we continue that discussion, just doing a bit of a what if scenario on the numbers?
Mr. Jershell?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Just to add to what Mr. Melanishin had said, so we did reach out to the library after Wednesday's discussion and said, can you prioritize your asks within, that you've put on the table? The basic response was they would need to take that back for a discussion with the Finance Committee of the Library Board in order to properly answer that question. So for the time being, no, they have not prioritized. But it sounds like council would like them to have that conversation. So between now and February, yes, we can go back and ask them to consider that.
Thank you. And can I add that they're 2024 positions, not 2023, if I'm not mistaken? If we can move Councillor Icy's screen. Yeah, so the rate impact is for the 2024 budget. So there'd be the opportunity to, when we do the 2024 budget, to make alterations at that time. Am I right, Mr. Melanishin?
Through your worship, yeah, the process for the end of 23 for the 24 budget would be a reaffirmation. We do have the option, typically we try to do that for major things that have changed, economic changes that we impacts that we're feeling, and we feel that we need to adjust the budget. Little deviation from that. This is a known expense, but we could in theory add it, but we need to plan for how we're going to offset those costs at the end of September, end of 2023 into 2024.
Thank you, because I know when people get their tax bills, they'll only care about 2023. They won't be looking ahead to 2024, in my opinion. Councillor Waters?
I wonder if there's any opportunity to shift the numbers around in terms of whether or not the library would be amenable to moving their EDI to 2024 and moving their senior service librarian to the next budget cycle. So move the 111,445 to the next budget cycle, move that one over, because I think it's a 593 that people, I think stands out most of us, like the 2024 budget isn't a huge increase, but it's a 1% on the 2023. So I just wonder, just maybe shifting that over, those two items would save on the 2023 and then also save on the 2024.
That's a good idea.
Thank you for that. I was reading that wrong. I was reading that it was all in 2024. Somebody should stop me when I start saying things like that. All right, good
just
point.
As an alternative.
Yeah, as a suggestion. Well, it's a suggestion, but it needs a motion. Like, we have to give staff direction. So, Deputy Mayor Fowler.
I'd be more than happy to put that forth if Councillor Waters would back me on it.
So can you explain to Kevin what your motion is, Deputy Mayor?
We're looking at delaying the hire of the full-time community and library, the EDI, until the 2024 budget, and then proceeding with the next budget cycle for the additional hires.
With the senior service.
With the senior service too, yes, please.
Sorry, for clarification, can we try that one again? We're crunching some numbers here, so we just want to make sure we have the right numbers.
Looking at putting the full-time community library and EDI into the 2024 budget and delaying the senior service librarian until the 25-26 budget, please.
For clarification through your worship, the two part-time library service assistants, you're okay with leaving that there, or is that considered bumping that out to 2024 as well?
Considering the fact that everybody else is getting one position, as much as it pains me to do so, I think the two-time part-time library service assistants need to be removed.
So for clarification, the senior library services librarian will move to off the 23-24 budget. The full-time community librarian EDI will move to 2024 with an impact into 2025 out of scope of these conversations, and the two part-time library services assistants will not be included in this budget iteration.
Correct.
Go ahead, Councillor Waters.
That was going much further than I thought. I was going to keep the two part-time because I think they're frontline people, and that's who residents see. I think keeping those would be good. At just pushing the other two 1 year back is what I was originally getting at. That was my intent, but I will leave it up for discussion.
Would you be amenable to reducing it to one part-time library service assistant?
Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Through your worship, I'd just like to remind everyone that the library did point out that they have not hired a new staff since 2016, whereas I know that we're looking at that where they want to add 3, but how many other departments have added staff in those years between 2016 and now? And they have seen quite an increase in people coming to the library, and then also with Town Square.
So I just want to, so there's 3 positions, just to be clear. Right now, there's 2 part-time and a full-time position for 2023. and another full-time position for 2024. Is that correct? That's where we are now. So if we want to amend that in any way, Councillor Fowler did some, but I don't, or Councillor Fowler, Deputy Mayor, but I'm not sure if you had a seconder for your request?
Would anyone be willing to second 2 part-time library service bumped back to 2024 with the full-time EDI to 2024 and the senior service librarian pushed to 2025? So you're still getting the 3 people next year, and then the following year the additional 4th. Not this year, no.
I personally liked Councillor Waters' direction better, keeping the 2 frontline people this year, which has a 0.05 impact, and then moving the EDI to, and then pushing them each back 1 year. But Councillor Saunders?
I think everybody's reading it as 2 part-time coming in at 2023. It's not. It's 1 at 2023 and 2 at 2024. So we're only hiring 1 this year. Right. The first year's 2023 is 38,000, and then in 2024 it's 102. So that's where the second body's coming in.
Just a quick clarification, just conversations are going on here. If we're looking at 38 times 2, seems to be a lot less than 102, but does that want to include benefits?
Sorry, through your worship, I'm assuming that it's not just a doubling up because we're starting partway through the year. It's partway through the year, so it wouldn't be a full year effect in 2023 by the time that position is hired. And just for clarification, Councillor Saunders is correct. That is 1 position in April of 2023, so thus I was correct in my assumption that starting later in the year, and then 1 starting in January of 2024, as per the change request form.
So can I ask Mr. Gershow if there was directions such that the staff have discussions with the library board to look at extending out so that it was, 1 hire per year or something like that? Is that enough direction, or do you want us to specifically?
So, I think the ball is in council's court here, what you want. There are presumably a whole bunch of options available if one wanted to shrink this number. And as I mentioned before, we've been told the library board wants to opine on any reduction of their overall ask. So I guess the question is, are you looking for a negotiation? Are you looking for the library itself to prioritize? Do you want to set a line and communicate that to the library and say, no, we expect you to come back with a smaller ask? So I guess it depends exactly what council's interest is. We can work with any of those options.
Thank you, Councillor Waters.
I would think with just the delay, like I said, I'm okay with the 2 part-time, 1 this year and the 1 next year, and the request to move the EDI to the following year. The library would still be getting everything they asked for. They're just not getting on the time schedule they asked for. So I think that's the best of all worlds. They get what they want. We're just asking to delay a year on each of those items. So I would say we just give them direction. That's the way we want to see it presented, and leave it at that. They're still getting what they want, just not on a time schedule.
Great. So do you have a seconder, Councillor? Councillor Constantine seconds. And we'll let Mr. Jacob work on some language. While that's happening, are there other pieces of this table that people want to talk about? Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Yes, I'd like to revisit the casual facility monitor. I'd just like to get an idea of what the impact would be if we delayed or removed it, that particular position.
While staff are getting that information together, we do have the amendment ready. And I'd like everybody to make sure that that is what they wanted to put forward. And then I'll ask if there's any more comments or questions on this motion.
Because they're staying. The idea is that the part-time people stay the same.
Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. I just wondered if there were any comments from our library council reps on how those positions were brought forward and what possibly the board's response to this could be, if they had any comments on that.
Thank you, Councillor Bean, that I think they've been to one whole meeting. I don't know whether or not they'd be able to answer that question properly, but I'll give them the opportunity. Councillor Richardson.
Like I said, they haven't had staff hired since 2016. They need the staff. Like, we've all been there. We've all seen how busy it is and how much the staff is needed. We've seen the seniors. We've seen that these seniors need activities and they need someone to be running this. We've seen the diversity that's coming into our community with that county cooperative program that's gone. They've lost that. Like, these are all, these are not positions that they've just kind of come to lightly. I mean, like I said, 2016, it's been quite a few years that they've even asked for staff, so. I'm okay with it because at least they're there. We're not taking them off completely. In my perfect world, they stay on, but I do understand that we're trying to keep the tax rate lower for residents.
Thank you for that, Councillor Richardson. And this might be a good time to have a very quick conversation about fiduciary duty and what hat you're wearing at whatever table. And I've been here a long time and I still struggle with this. So when I'm at Police Services Board, I have my Police Services Board hat on and I do what's best for that service. When I'm at InPower, I try really hard to do what's best for our utility service. And it's the same when you're at the library board, you need to do what's best for the library board, and when you're at this table, you need to do what's best for council. And so I know it's difficult at times. I thought you did a very good job of it, Councillor Richardson. Well done. But yeah, just wanted to have that quick reminder. Thank you. Councillor Ices, I saw your card.
Yes, I guess further to that, some of the presentation touched on some of the responsibilities that we look to the county to supply, and it feels like at the municipal level we're asked to fill in for some of those services. If I can ask our county councilors, is there any possibility of getting some more support from the county to counteract some of those deficiencies that we see?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Ices. I did make a note on Wednesday when we were having that talk to set up a meeting with the director or the general manager of community services for the county. He's been on the job about a week and a half so far, so I thought I'd let him, at least learn where the bathroom is before I bothered him too much. But yeah, it's definitely on my radar, and I seek Deputy Mayor Fowler shaking his head as well, nodding his head as well. Any other questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Councillor Saunders.
What would the tax What would it be if we just leave the senior services in the 2024 and have the 2 hires in the 2024? Move it from, and just leave it in? Because 2024 seems to be lower, it's like 4.4. So if we just leave her in and move the other one over. If we leave, sorry, we move the EDI over to the 2024 and the senior service librarian, leave them in. What's the difference there?
So, through your worship, so just for clarification, without, the way this motion right now is, the previous motion had them all 3 added in. This motion revises the original motion, so this is not replacing it, revises it, so it now removes the EDI, bumps the librarian EDI to 2024, removes the services librarian. So your question, Councillor, is what if we add the senior services librarian into 2024? So currently we're sitting, before we did that move, we would have been sitting at, pull that out.
It's this.
Yeah, so it's a 0.12% difference. Yeah, sorry, 0.12% difference.
For 24.
For 2024 only. So for total blended, just roll that down. Yeah, so roughly a 0.12% increase to the tax levy if you were to take that position of moving the second one out to 2024 as well.
I just want to make sure we understood that correctly. So that would be moving the senior services librarian back into the 2024 operating budget.
Yes, for clarification, that's what Councillor Saunders is saying. Okay, yes.
Would be a 0.12% increase to the 2024 number. Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Can I ask what the reduction in the 2023 by moving those items over to 2024, what that ends up being?
So for clarification, the senior services was already in 2024, so there would be no reduction in 2023 for that position. Moving the EDI position to 2024 from 2023 would have had a roughly, we have to figure out what we were before that. And less than 0.01%, less than 0.09% effect.
Councillor Drodge.
I'm going to go back to it again. These capital projects, this ARS fund we have, like, I know we don't like to deplete our funds, what we have in those particular areas, but, you know, we're in a situation, we've been right through COVID. We have to make this obviously big increase in interest. Is there any relief anywhere other than the taxpayer?
I'll take that question. Thank you. Loaded question, I might add. Thank you very much, Councillor Drodge, through your worship. I will have to say, you know, first of all, we turned over every rock in this budget. As you can see, these things were pretty aggressive on how to achieve what we thought as staff was a reasonable tax levy increase. We have tapped into our reserves in some cases. 2 examples that come into mind. Fleet, we essentially have not added to our fleet reserve as much as we typically would have. If we had, we'd probably have to tap into tax rate stabilization reserve, which is the pool that balances and levels out our tax rate, intended to level out our tax rate. So we have used reserves in that case. The other example is in insurance. Our insurance premiums, as I said earlier, came in at just under $400,000, $380,000. We didn't want the full impact on that. We wanted to try and phase that in. So we have an insurance reserve for this intent to smooth it, akin to the tax rate stabilization reserve. In 2023, we bought in $230,000, and in 2024, we're grandfathering that out and only brought in $130,000. We don't anticipate insurance premiums coming down. That doesn't happen very often in the insurance world. So that $400,000 increase is built into the base budget for those subsequent years. And in the outer year of 2024, we're only using reserves for 130,000 of them. Just to the example of, we have tapped into those reserves. We have a tax rate stabilization reserve. The tax rate stabilization reserve is typically to smooth the tax rate blips, particularly in cases where it's a one-off situation. To use it for expenses that are going to be you're kicking the can down the road, essentially. So you can use the tax rate stabilization reserve to reduce the current tax levy, but that expense isn't going to go away in 2024, 2025. It's still going to be there. So we either have to keep using the tax rate stabilization reserve, find other means to find efficiency to reduce those costs, but it doesn't go away. So that's my only cautionary tale of using the tax rate stabilization reserve. But that being said, we have already in this budget process tapped into our reserves, different reserves, to create this budget the way we're presenting it.
Okay, so that was based on a 493 you guys presented to us for a budget. We're at a 593 now. And is there any more in those reserves? Because I do believe that this is governed by what has happened last budget, COVID rated. I do think it's a one-of thing. I think we will plane back out to some normal increases moving forward, as long as there's no more pandemics. Is there anything left? Because we're trying to get this back to what your budget was when it was presented to us.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Drodge. There is the opportunity to pull in from the tax rate stabilization to reserve to minimize for this year. It depends on the magnitude. We're sitting in a healthy tax rate stabilization reserve. We were lucky in COVID pandemic, which would have been the perfect opportunity to use the tax rate stabilization reserve. We really didn't have to dip into it because the province came to all municipalities and offered them up some money to support COVID-related expenses, which we took great advantage of. We need to be it depends on a function of how much council, we roughly have, let's say, $5 million. If you wanted to bring down the tax rate by 1.5%, that's equivalent to $1.5 million. We could exhaust our reserves, our tax rate stabilization, in 3 years' time, roughly. We could exhaust those. All municipalities have this tax rate stabilization reserve to help balance those blips in there for typically one-off expenses. Those items that are listed on the spreadsheet are not one-offs. They are permanent, enduring expenses beyond 2024 as well. So the hesitation is we can help alleviate this year and next year using some of the tax rate stabilization reserve. I would recommend not a drastic drawdown on those reserves because we still have to make it up. And that goes back to my earlier comment. We are in a growth community. We have $2.7 million of growth or change requests that we have not presented to council. That's because we are a growing community and we need those. So not only will we be presenting those in future year budgets post-2024, we're going to have to make up that tax rate stabilization reserve that we've tapped into. So we're going to try to eat the tax rate stabilization reserve that we use and then try and manage the growth. So it's more of a cautionary tale. It is a doable option. More than happy to entertain it, but I guess I would seek council direction to know that kind of magnitude that you're comfortable with.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Jershell, but first I want you to know I didn't put him up to that. That wasn't me. We had this conversation last night and I gave them the heads up I might be bringing this up and then so anyway, go ahead, Mr. Jershell.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I concur with Mr. Melanishin's comments, and I guess I'd just like to supplement with a couple other thoughts. To maybe put it another very simple way, you can't pay your bills by breaking the piggy bank every year. And if you're asking, could we break the piggy bank and use some of that money to pay our bills? The answer is yes. I think what our advice is that in the long run, that's not advisable. And I think you can look around the world, you can look around Ontario and see municipalities that have raided the piggy bank to avoid, larger tax increases than would otherwise have been the case. And I think in some cases, the day comes when the piggy bank is empty and those choices go away, and then you're really in a difficult situation. And I guess I would just encourage council to think about, not to fixate overly on, that one number. We shouldn't base the budget on just that one tax increase number. I mean, I think fundamentally it's about service level and, thinking through, is this a service we believe should be provided in Innisfil? And recognizing that if the answer is yes, there's going to be a price tag going along with that. And we've tried to put in place some policies around the use of reserves to, guide this thinking. That's relevant to this conversation as well. So, I think we need to give you an honest answer. Yes, reserves are there for, unexpected expenditures. They are an option if you're looking on the offset side for expenditure. But in the long run, we'd recommend avoiding use of that option if at all possible.
Thank you. I'm going to break in here for a bit, and then I'll send it over to Alex and then to the Deputy Mayor. I had this conversation last night, both with Mr. Milanishin and Mr. Gershow, and I very much appreciate their guidance in this matter. The tax rate stabilization reserve is one that it is rather healthy, but that's because we don't use it lightly. We have to find the right balance. We, for better or for worse, went with a negative increase. We took the taxes down in 2021 so that we could come up with a zero, because everyone else's still went up by the rate that they were going up. So we had to go down in order to blend in at a zero. And we took the hit for it. We, heard all the people complaining that we weren't cutting the grass and we weren't looking after the medians and we weren't doing this and we weren't doing that. And so it is a balance between the service level that you want and the tax rate that you want. In my opinion, during COVID, we were very fortunate in two ways. A, we had the province come forward and in a big way for COVID relief funding. And the other thing that really helped us was our transit model, where every other municipality had big buses and that were sitting empty, and they still had to clean them and look after them, and the bills were still there. Our use went way down, and we still got the transit money in, so that helped us as well. Every municipality is dealing with the same impacts with insurance, with inflation. We're all dealing with that. But I think that with those funds this year, that if the inflationary thing that's happened this year, along with the insurance thing, have been two major impacts that I don't think will happen every year. I think I understand what you're saying, that once you, the levels don't come down. When inflation goes up and it stays up, but it doesn't keep going up in the same amount. It levels out. So inflation goes up and then it levels out at the top. So I would be comfortable using it for that. But, so I'm going to let other people talk now. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking for maybe a bit of a compromise here. My suggestion is if we stayed with the original idea of moving the senior librarian out to the next budget cycle, effectively 2024 would actually drop a small percentage. And then if we used it, let's say we set the level of increase at 5.5%, that means the tax stabilization rate that we're asking for is a much smaller number than if we asked it to stay the same right now. So it's a compromise. We can say that we dropped the 2024 bit by a bit, and we've dropped the 2023 by using tax stabilization opportunities. So it's a bit of a compromise. We can still walk away saying that we did work on 2024, we dropped it a little bit, and we were able to drop, we've increased 2023, but not by as much as we said it would. And this would be a one-time effort just to take away the peak of this year. So just a compromise.
Deputy Mayor Fowler, and then we got to start providing some direction.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are very lucky to have Chair Smith arrive now to answer our questions with regards to the library budgets alterations. I believe we were looking to reach out.
But I'm also thinking that we could look at other options as well. This is just one of many options we've been given. And after this one, I'd like to keep on investigating what else we can do to reduce the amount we can draw from the tax stabilization refund. Tax stabilization fund, sorry.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, moved by Deputy Mayor Fowler and seconded by Councillor Constantine. Are there any more comments or questions on this motion? If Chair Smith is, if there's any, Chair Smith, if people have questions, absolutely feel free to ask, but I don't want it to become a delegation because that goes against our procedural bylaw, but if somebody did have a question, definitely that would be appropriate. Councillor Constantine.
So I was looking here that it said the senior services librarian would not be included in the 23 and 24. That means they wouldn't get it any at all. That's not what I thought it was.
It was proposed, the senior services librarian was proposed for 2024, and I believe the intent of the motion was to move it to 2025. We're not doing 2025's budget today, so that's what the motion said.
Well, I don't want to second that. That's not.
All right, so is Deputy Mayor Fowler, do you have a seconder for your? Councillor Zanella is the seconder. Any other questions?
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Could you just clarify, Councillor Constantine did not want to second? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this motion? All in favor of the recommendation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's carried. Oh, sorry, Councillor Ices, I didn't count you. 6, that's carried. Next motion, any other motions? Councillor Raj?
I'd like to put that motion forward to look into using the tax utilization for a, actually, I know you had said 5.5. I'd like to get it down to 5. I don't know what those numbers look like. I'm sure you could let me know. But if we're gonna use it, let's use it.
Thank you. Mr. Melanishen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, as we crunch some numbers here, the gravel resurfacing, I'm not too sure we had discussion on dropping that. Were you intending on making a motion? Because that will impact the subsequent questions as to utilization of tax rate stabilization reserve.
Was there a motion on the gravel resurfacing? No, nothing hit the floor.
Thank you for that. And to Councillor Drodge's question versus Councillor Waters' question of using the tax rate stabilization, right? If council could engage on this conversation discussion, that use the tax rate stabilization for 1 year, essentially bringing down 2023, which will increase the 2024 number percentage because those increases will be built into the base budget for 2023 for the most part. So that would be the intent of Councillor Waters' position of using it just for 2023. We bring it down to a lower level, a more palatable, whether that's 5.5 or Councillor Drodge's perspective of 5%. We'll have to crunch those numbers. Is that the intent to smooth it out, to essentially bump the dollars, the percentage increase into 2024? That's what that will happen with a one-time injection to 2023.
Could we take a 10-minute recess and you could maybe show us what that looks like, Mr. Melanishen? Or do you need longer?
10 minutes will be fine.
Okay. So it's 2:15. We'll come back at 2:25. And could I have a mover and a seconder for a short recess? Councillor Waters, Councillor Richardson, all those in favor? That's carried. That's carried. So now you know what I meant. I said I wasn't kidding when I said this was the hard part. So over to Mr. Melanishin.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're going to make a recommendation to ask for a motion that we were hearing loud and clear that the use of the tax rate stabilization. And if I extrapolate from what I've heard, I'm hearing that you want to use the tax rate stabilization reserve to level out between the 2 years, balance that out a little bit, so it's not maybe necessarily so much of a hit for 2023. By isolating it into 2023, you are essentially bumping it into 2024 a little bit, because that increase will still happen for 2024. So I guess what we're requesting from staff is what is your comfort level for a 2023 end blended tax rate increase? Is that the 5.93? We don't have to make any changes, because then we can use the tax rate stabilization reserve and figure out what that calculation, the dollar is, to back into it. So I guess the motion on the floor, I'd like to see is sort of like that council directs staff to use the tax rate stabilization reserve to achieve a blended tax rate of, and that's where the discussion can happen. What are you comfortable with for a 2023 tax rate increase? And then the balance I'm tempted to not put the 2024 in there just yet, because we'll have to see we'll have to play with the numbers, but we can calculate that on the fly. Yeah, we'll come back, yeah. But the 23 will feed into the 2024 number, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much, Mr. Melanishin. Councillor Drodge had a question, though, about capital versus operating.
I did, but I've already got the answers for that. But I think what we're looking to do here is about a 5.25 for 2023. And then we'd figure out what the blended rate would be for 2024.
I'll ask a question, if I could, please, Mr. Melanishin. Are there any capital costs or capital recommendations in 2023 that are paid out of the general tax levy that could considered one-offs for the tax rate stabilization reserve?
Thank you, Your Worship. Great question. I think just for clarification, so the capital projects will be coming out of various reserves, typically the capital building reserve. In most cases, there's an operating component that's going to be carried forward, so the operating expense. The capital projects, and this is to Councillor Drodge's question at break there, is that if we remove this capital project out of a year, will that reduce the tax levy? I say no, because it's not hitting the tax levy. It's coming out of a reserve, a capital reserve. If there is a specific project that council is comfortable with not including in 23 or 24, only the operating component of that. Like, for example, an IT project, we might put a new software in, and there's going to be a recurring licensing fee that would be built into the operating budget. So playing with the actual capital projects is only going to be the impact of the operating expenses that were used to carry and maintain that project going forward.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask the question that I asked last night, which is, if we can't use the tax stabilization levy, why do we have a tax stabilization levy? Or, sorry, reserve, not levy.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me take this one. Thanks. I'm looking at we can. Current council policy is, it is for one-time hits to the tax levy, those blips that are causing it. It is not prudent financial recommendation to use that for recurring expenses, because you're just dropping it temporarily, and those expenses are still going to occur. You haven't increased your base budget to a level that'll be sustainable. You're actually dropping it down a little bit, and those expenses aren't going away in the outer years. That being said, there is the opportunity to reduce it, to use that as a reprieve right now, to bring that down. And we can use it for 1 year, as Councillor Waters suggested, until 2023. We could use a smaller amount, but I'd be more comfortable using a lesser amount than $1 million and start drawing down our reserves, because we have to find ways of recovering that in the outer years of 25 and forward. We have tools and our options and hope, and part of that is assessment growth. We are a high-growth community. We haven't seen the growth numbers follow through just yet. They're not really reflected. We have some growth, but it's not as high as we would have anticipated. We can take a calculated gamble that we're going to, see assessment growth going out in the future, into the future years, to offset those, use of tax rate stabilization reserves. But I still think we can tap into it. It's against council direction right now. But council is council. They can change policy and whatever works to meet the tax rate that you're looking for. So it's doable. I don't recommend a huge amount. I do recommend an amount that's acceptable, that will keep those reserves available and ready for those big, large one-off scenarios.
I've got one more, and that is the current policy is when we have a surplus at the end of the year, that surplus is moved into the tax stabilization reserve. And I wondered if, not today, but sometime over the year, we could have a discussion about whether or not that should be taken off the base budget for the following year versus put into this reserve that is hard to access.
Through your worship, great consideration. We are going through policy reviews of all these type of policies: tax rate stabilization reserve, alternate revenue source. That being said, there is the option of that we're able to carry forward 3% of that reserve forward into 2024. So if we have a surplus in 23, we can carry some of it forward into 2024. So we do that. Not the full amount, depending on if we have certain thresholds built into the policy, but we still carry some of that over to offset 2024. So if we have a great year and like arena revenues take off and all that, we can come up with a surplus, we are able to use that to offset the 2024 budget.
By 3%, not by 100%. So it's a conversation for another day. We're tired. But it's just something I'd like to have more conversation about at some point. Mr. Gershow.
Thanks, Mayor Dolan. I think the short answer is yes, we can absolutely look at that. And I mean, like any town policy, town council can revise the policy that we're talking about here. And I mean, it's a good reminder to council that there is a policy on the use of the ARS. And so we can absolutely look at that. I mean, that's one advantage of having these deliberation days, is we can take away what we're hearing from you and come back to you in February with a bit more advice and recommendations. And for the purpose of Councillor Drodge's motion here, I just might wanted to suggest the second part of the motion that speaks to 2024. That's a little harder to figure out because of the ripple effects from 2023. So just a proposal would be for us to end the sentence after 5.25. Let us take that away. We'd be able to calculate the 2024 impact, but that might make it a bit more manageable.
If I could add, that's assuming that council does not want to use the tax rate stabilization. You just want to use 23 to offset 2020, minimize the blip in 2023, and definitely put it all into 2024. If we use tax rate stabilization reserve in 24, we would carry it to 2025. But I agree with Oliver C.O. Gershow's comment of ending that sentence at the 5.25. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Drodge, do you have a seconder? Councillor Richardson? Okay, questions on the amendment? Comments on the amendment? Is 5.25 a number we're all happy with? Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship.
I wanted just maybe to get a refresh on when we had this discussion in our last council. It was, I think the last council agreed to use the tax rate stabilization reserve, and then Mr. Melanishin suggested that we got some funds back from the government, so that use was nullified. So I guess my comment is our reserves haven't really been used to any large degree in the past. I guess I wanted confirmation of that.
Mr. Melanishin?
Through your worship to Councillor Isleys, that is correct. We have not tapped into our, we've always been building those reserves up, but COVID would have been probably the first time that had significant impact on those reserves, and we did not have to use them. Yeah.
So if I may, so we did not tap into those reserves when council directed staff to do so because of the funds we got from the provincial government.
Through your worship to Councillor Isleys, that is correct. We were able to offset. We came up with an aggressive 0% and 1% or 2.49% increase for 21 and 22. They were aggressive. We did have some service level reductions at that point in time, but that was any increases, incremental costs were offset by the government grant funding.
So if I were to follow that up, I do feel comfortable with this motion, just realizing we haven't had to use it in the past, and I feel this is a good instance where we can suppress the projected tax rate increase for 23.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions? Councillor Waters and then Councillor Richardson.
If there is a surplus at the end of the year, we may not even have to use this tax stabilization rate, I'm assuming. So if things go well and we have a surplus, we could use that as opposed to what we're talking about now. Is that correct?
I'm going to say for clarification, we will, once the tax rate is established for 2023, we will not adjust it mid-year. We'll take the surplus at the end of 2024, and yes, we will adjust the tax rate for 2024 with a bit of surplus, should we have it in 2024.
Thank you.
So can I just ask clarification on that, because now I'm confused. I thought if in the end of 2023 we had a surplus, it went into the tax rate stabilization reserve and we could use only 3% of it. Go ahead, CEO Joshua.
Thanks, Mayor Dolan. We might invite Ms. Webb to jump in here rather than commiserating with Mike. I guess part of the answer, though, to keep in mind, provincial law requires us to pass a balanced budget. So, when you zoom out, we have to know where the dollars are coming from. And where we end up at the end of the year is a different story. We rarely end up, no municipality ends up exactly where they thought they were going to be. So I think for the context of a budget conversation, it almost doesn't matter where we're going to end up at the end of the year, because at this point in time, we need to know what proportion of the pie is coming from the tax base, what proportion is reserve draws, what proportion is grants, and whatever. So I think for the purpose of today, this is a relevant conversation. If then at the end of the year we find ourselves in a surplus, that's a bit of a different conversation that goes back to our policies, Mayor Dolan, as you were alluding to, about what do we do with that surplus. And I think as Mr. Melanishin was just saying, that then ripples forward into the next year's budget, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify so before it was 5.93 when we made the motion to move the EDI librarian to the 2024. What did that bring our 2023 percent down to?
5
Yeah,
point,
before this motion, sorry.
yeah,
Like,
before this
sorry.
motion,
Sorry, my fault.
5.83.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Zanella?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I didn't even want a 4.93, and I kept looking through this and seeing places that we could possibly cut, and like you say, it was as lean as it could be. There's nowhere to cut anymore, but I can't support 5.25 because I could barely support 4.93.
So what number are you suggesting, Councillor Zanella?
Well, at this point, I want to go back to 4.93.
And I'll ask if you have a seconder to amend the motion? Amend the amendment? Councillor Draj?
Just so we're clear, there's a blend when we lower that 2023 rate. And as you go lower, it tends to raise 2024 higher. So we're trying to find the balance over the 2 years. I'm not saying 525 is it. I think it's a fit for what will work for this budget. But I know if we go below 5%, you're going to drive 2024 probably over 5%. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO Gershow.
Mayor Dolan, one suggestion just procedurally again, so we're all crystal clear about what we're voting on. I mean, there is a motion on the floor currently. We could have council vote on that motion. Councillor Zanella could make another motion to have the tax rate brought down to 4.93 again, and council could vote on that separately. Then it would be kind of, rather than negotiating the motion that's on the floor now, that would be an alternative approach.
Thank you. I was simply, because quite often there is a motion to amend an amendment, but it does get a little procedural gymnastics, so if we can avoid that. And I didn't see that you had a seconder, Councillor Zanella, that I saw. So any final comments on the motion before us by Councillor Draj? All in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and 1 opposed. That's carried. Thank you. Next, we have a motion for recommendation 4.14. And are those numbers the updated numbers that are in the motion, Mr. Melanishin?
Through your worship, the approach we've taken here is that was the original proposed budget plus the additional motions and that. So that is not, those numbers are what was proposed. And then we would incorporate all the motions to come up with the final presentation of the final budget come February.
Thank you. Ms. Webb, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. So then do we just need the confirming bylaw? You want this motion that's in front of us? Okay. Mover and a seconder, please, for the proposal for the 2023 and 2024 operating budget. Councillor Waters and Councillor Saunders. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And for the capital budget, proposed for 2023 and 2024, Deputy Mayor Fowler and Councillor Draj, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Ices. And now the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Richardson. All those in favor? That's carried. And finally, we move for adjournment at 2:45 PM. Everybody wants that one. Councillor Drodge, our Deputy Mayor Fowler, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Ices, for being with us for those 2 days. And thank you, everybody who is watching online. I'm sure we'll be hearing from our residents and get some more advice before we meet again. Thanks, everyone, and good night, or good afternoon. We'll see everybody at the grand opening of Town Square.